He says 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. As you can see, let me see if... oh, look at that. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. We got...
What's... Is that why it's getting so dark?
Yeah, that's blinking like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Talk to the people.
Okay, we have another stream for you guys tonight.
Yes, dear listener.
Hope everybody had a good day. We had a pretty good day, or at least I did. I mean, I got a little stressed out, but I pulled it back together.
Sure. Okay, here we go. This is the Magnificent 7. It's the name of this stream. We're applying Wi-Fi settings. Don't worry about it. We'll get the thing fixed soon enough.
I'm not looking at that. I'm just looking at like the lighting on this side.
Turn that to a white one. You feeling the Christmas spirit still? I guess. We've got a crazy thingamajiggy for you beautiful people today. Wi-Fi failed. What a shocker. What a shocker.
So tonight's stream is pretty interesting. It's called the Magnificent 7 stream.
Yes, dear listener.
Because we actually have 7 people from Discord that kind of banded together to create a list and get this thing going. Some people paid through PayPal, and other people did their monthly subscription on Patreon, which you can do for 1 month and then jump back off. Just to give everybody the idea.
Yeah, people have found very unique ways to get the stuff done. Like, I had a very, very simplistic way of doing the thing, but...
there's... all roads lead to Rome.
Yeah, you guys are much smarter than us, so... everybody figures out ways. And I'm here for it, guys. I'm here for it.
Okay, so should I be reading this now, or are you waiting for the lights? Because
no, don't worry about the lights.
Just go for it?
I don't care. Let's go for it.
Did you get the stream symbol? You did. Excellent.
Yeah,
stream comments. So with 7 villagers Discord members, we needed oh no, I've never seen this word before. Succinct. Sorry.
Succinct stream name.
And this made sense. The Magnificent 7 is a 1960 American Western film directed by John Sturges. The screenplay by William Roberts is a remake in an Old West style of Akira Kurosawa. Oh my word! Please read this. I'm
1954 Japanese film Seven Samurai.
Okay. It itself initially released in the United States as the Magnificent 7. The ensemble cast includes Yul Brynner, Steve McQueen, Charles Bronson, Robert Vaughn, Brad Dexter, James Coben, and Horst Buchholz. We may have a question for Vin and Sori when the last review is done. Alright, so the first song is Leptis? How do you pronounce that band, would you say?
Leptis.
For Creatures Such as We Are from 2019, requested by leader of the 7, Steve McQueen as Vin Tanner. Leptis is a two-man product with a sound not unlike Diablo Viscaris. In fact, this album features Diablo Viscaris drummer Dan Presland. The female vocals are provided by YouTube voice coach and singer Emmy Pellegrino. All right.
The first letter is an I. That's interesting. Okay, so this is a whole album.
Oh.
What point in the thing? This is for Kellandros initially, dear listener. What's the timestamp for this one, babe?
The timestamp is from 2841
Okay.
to 4157.
Okay. Is that the 12-minute song you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or whatever.
Gotcha.
I did the math in my head.
Whoa, these are very complex lyrics. I'm looking at the lyric thing right now.
I was
Holy
like
smokes.
scrolling. I was like, "Yo, they did a lot of lyrics in this song."
This is my wheelhouse. All right, here we go. So we're at the 28-minute mark for song.
28:40
for song numero uno for the big homie Helen Dros. Helen Dros.
What's up, everybody? Oh, I just am now looking at the comment section. You're a shadow of AMN. Who's that? Is that one of the people that was listed off?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Vin is a shadow of. I don't know what that means. All
right, guys. So I'm gonna fast forward this to the 28. What now?
2841.
All right, guys. Here we go. 2831.
41.
Would you say 41?
41.
I had it exactly right, and then I fast forwarded because you said it was 31.
I don't believe I did. I'd have to see that, and it's recorded, so.
All right, guys. Oh yeah, it's recorded. What is that going to change anything? Absolutely not.
Is it for you?
Won't change.
What if you're wrong? What will you do?
It won't change anything. All right, guys.
Thanks, BC.
So in 6 seconds, the song's going to come up. The name of this song is, what was the name of the song again?
Well, it's called
For Creatures Such as We Are. This should be very interessante. Let us begin, dear listener. For Creatures. Tremolo picking, baby. Kellandros knew I'd love the tremolo picking. set of lyrics. Woo! Everybody in the crowd. Hi, 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 hi,
This is pretty.
Woo! Talk that shit, boy! 41-1. Till where?
57.
41-57?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry,
Is that the
guys,
next
but
song?
that's the end of the song.
Okay.
We're going into the next song, unfortunately.
I'm not very happy with you guys.
Why? What happened?
I was really feeling that. I was like, wow.
That song. That's a.
I definitely
Whew.
see when they said Neo. Definitely reminded me
Yeah,
of Neo.
yeah. I everybody knows Vin hates progressive, but this kind of progressive I like. And I guess Dan Presslin is leaving Neo, which is a big loss, man.
Oh, really?
That's
Which one is he?
The drummer, like.
Oh.
That's a big loss.
I wonder why.
I guess he's focusing on his family and follow Tom Brady's example.
Yeah. I was like, why are you reacting like that?
The people need you. Shout out to Dan Presslin. That's the right thing to do, bro. Prioritize your family, all that shit.
Yeah.
That's what I'm about.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. First of all, the musicianship in this song was absolutely incredible. Apparently, there's only 2 people that do this entire project as far as like the music
really?
goes. Yeah.
Really?
I love female vocals. Everybody knows that. I love the contrast of like hard heavy metal with female vocals. I love that shit. The next thing I need to do is I need to figure out the name of this song because it's absolutely going on my list.
What do you mean? Is it different than what's listed here for Creatures Such as We Are?
Oh yeah, for Creatures Such as We Are. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was Journey-ish, where I felt like I was going places. Like, I love Journey songs, and during this song, like, I don't know what, I didn't focus on the lyrics because well, it doesn't matter why. I didn't focus on the lyrics, and I was just experiencing the music, and I really was just enjoying the sound of the music, and especially when it was transitioning. This is probably one that would be a great like album listen, just like sit back and just experience.
I agree. For sure.
One of the things that I do like about doing this channel is that when I listen to the music and I don't focus on the lyrics, and I know you're coming on the back end with the lyrics, I'm like, okay, let me just experience this song and kind of feel it out. That some of the ways that it sounded like there was an acoustic guitar in there, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it was like a real acoustic or if they just switched it to the clean channel.
Oh, okay. It had that same sound that my mother's acoustic used to have when we would just like we were probably grounded, but we had the guitar, and so we'd mess around with it a little bit.
Yeah, like that's just an unbelievable freaking song, dude.
I kept
unbelievable, and
I kept hearing
lyrically,
"Give Life," "Shine Life." Like I heard a lot about like just like life in there.
Yeah,
but I don't know if it was.
Yeah, that.
You never know.
Well, we've got the lyrics up here, and like it's a very loquacious song. It has a bunch of lyrics actually.
Yeah, it does.
A bunch of lyrics in it. So
did you find, was there certain chunks of lyrics that you liked a lot, or that kind of hit you?
I like the whole. I like the whole
thing.
Like as a whole, I just thought that those lyrics were insane. The musicianship was insane. I mean, just a really very strong opening track. Very strong opening track there, listener. Okay, so here we go. We've got some of the lyrics here. So it starts off saying, so I think the song is essentially about the sun.
In the sky?
Yeah. I'm not sure if it gets broader than the universe, but
Okay.
let's start there. Okay, so it's life giver burn bright. Hence life giver burn bright. That's why I'm assuming it's talking about the sun. Sear flesh from bone, boil blood in veins. Again, that's something that the sun would do. Like if you're going into, heat death, like eventually,
Yeah.
Aside from divine intervention, the world as we know it is going to get subsumed into heat death. So I don't know if he's talking about like the last kind of moments before we all go into heat death. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah.
the sun is, we're burning out. It's going to go crazy.
Whoa. Oh my gosh. Gild this glass heart. Fuel I am.
Right.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
Chase away the darkness. Dancing flames on
and
chariots ride to unmake the absence to drown out the stars.
Yeah, okay.
So it looks like
Man,
it's
for one of these times, if somebody runs a stream and you guys are good with us breaking down the lyrics, then doing the song, I would love to do a mashup like that. Because
Like
I'd like to have
an
like
inverted
yeah,
review.
because you have I guess we could flip it in the original because people might not like that design, but like I would love to be able to hear the lyrics and like break down the lyrics, because when you break down the lyrics, I feel differently about the song. So to hear the lyrics and then go into like what it is, knowing what you're walking, I just think I would really enjoy that.
I don't know if it was Christopher Hitchens. It was somebody that was talking about how they would like to die, and he was talking about like going into a black hole and like seeing all the beauty that you would see, as you're traveling into space and all the rest of it, and then the mystery of what would be on the quote other side of it. He was just saying, look, all of us are gonna die, but if you have to die, that would be a badass way to go out.
And I literally, whenever I think of dying and I think of that example, it terrifies me.
Really?
Yes, I do not like that. I don't want to be floating through some outer space area. Where am I going? What's going on? I'm good with Jesus comes to get me.
I mean, you're still floating in outer space.
Yeah, but Jesus is there, so I'm good. But if I'm just like in the middle
I'm saying
of
like
outer
right
space,
now you're floating in outer space.
yes, but
Right?
my
Supposedly
feet feel grounded here.
Supposedly, if materialism is true, which I don't believe it's true anymore, so for everybody who is a materialist, who believes in like actual objects that like physically exist within themselves, like you're already in outer space anyway, so you see what I'm saying?
I do. I see
You're talking about your body floating in outer space is what you're saying. Like
no,
separated from the earth.
I'm not talking about my body. I'm talking about me aside from my body. Like I'm picturing like my consciousness is floating through.
Yeah,
outer
but your
space.
consciousness can't float.
Yeah, it's whatever it does.
You're physicalizing something that's metaphysical. Your consciousness can't float.
Travels.
It can't do anything. It's not located in time or space.
Yeah, but it's somewhere, right? It's located here right now. This is where my consciousness is. When I fall asleep and I go into a dream, I mean, my body is there, but my consciousness is not in that bed.
I disagree with you. I don't think your consciousness is here at all in any of the four dimensions we're in.
What?
I think your consciousness is at least in the fifth dimension. It's not in this dimension, obviously.
Why is that obvious?
Well, because like you believe that your consciousness continues on when you die, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what dimension is that in? A disembodied consciousness, where would that be?
Because it can't be here? Why can't it be here?
How could it be here? You're dead.
No, your body is dead, but your consciousness is not.
So where is it when your body's dead? Is it still on the earth? Like where in the earth is your consciousness? Or where in your body is your consciousness?
I don't know. I mean, I know, like, you know when people have those out-of-body experiences when they die in the hospital bed?
Say again, yeah.
And so they'll float up above their body or down the hall, and they'll be able to report stuff that they saw that they wouldn't have known otherwise unless their consciousness was still there, even though their body was stuck dead in the bed. So I'm saying you are there.
No, they're not there. They're observing something. That doesn't mean that they're in the place where they're observing. It's like if I see something on like a hidden on like a TV, I'm observing what's on the TV. That doesn't mean I'm in the TV.
Right. Yeah.
So just because people are seeing something doesn't mean that that's where they're located.
So wait, because I'm looking at it like this, and I think you're looking at it like this. So
I'm
you're looking at it
saying
as you're talking
I
about.
believe that your consciousness exists extra dimensionally. I don't believe it's stuck in the four dimensions.
Well, the fact that I believe in prayer means I also think that we go in other dimensions, right?
Right. If you locate all of human existence within space time, that's not a Christian worldview. Because God doesn't function in space time. Mm-hmm. So that's all I'm saying is like your disembodied consciousness wouldn't be floating anywhere. You wouldn't feel a sensation of floating if you were just pure consciousness. Because the feeling of floating is a physicalized experience.
Yeah. I mean,
right. So if
I'm
you
just
were
using that word as a placeholder
if
for
you
whatever
were a
that is.
non-conscious being, you wouldn't be floating anywhere. You wouldn't feel the sensation of floating.
No, but you might. Can you message the kids and tell them to turn off the oven?
Okay.
Shoot, what was I saying? Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking like if your consciousness is going, I'm not saying that you're going to feel the sensation of floating. I'm just saying that that's just the word that we have for it now. Like if there was I don't know. Am I missing something that you're saying? Because I'm saying when you're going, your consciousness is going from like, let's say that your consciousness is traveling from this reality to being able to understand that there is more out there. So then you're going to go.
All I'm saying is all of those things that you're doing, you're physicalizing something that's non-physical. A consciousness cannot travel. That's something traveling is something we do in space-time.
Why are you saying that can't happen? But there are people that leave their body to travel places. Didn't the FBI or somebody use some of that stuff?
Yeah,
so that means it is possible.
That's called remote viewing.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is where the consciousness is located is not in the four dimensions that we're operating in, is what I'm saying. So,
why? If your consciousness is here, I don't understand. The consciousness
I don't
is
believe
here.
your consciousness is here. I'm saying
because you believe all this is a projection.
I don't believe your consciousness is here.
Because here doesn't exist, is what you're thinking.
I believe that here exists to a degree. Well, all I'm saying is that when we use, and we're kind of stuck with it, when we use physical sort of terminology when we're applying it to consciousness, I believe it's a category error because I don't believe that your consciousness resides in these four dimensions. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Anything where we talk about the consciousness going somewhere or floating or anything like that, that's a physicalization of something that is non-physical, which those are the only categories we have. So I understand. I'm just saying, like, whatever. But it seems to me to be talking about that moment where, we're experiencing heat death. The sun's about to melt everything and everything we know. And your consciousness is projecting your physical observations. Yeah, I agree, XBM. For sure. So it's talking about, it's very fascinating because the oldest recorded religions where we're actually worshiping a deity is sun worship. Mm-hmm. And so it's fascinating. The irony here is life giver, burn bright. So like the sun is giving us all this light, but in the this life, but in the end of the day, it's what's going to ultimately do us in. Mm-hmm. So it's a very fascinating concept considering like it's funny. I was listening to a George Carlin thing because we're going to be doing a George Carlin stand-up review pretty soon here. And he said he was talking about why he doesn't believe in God, and he's like, the sun. I mean, we should worship the sun. He's like, I could see that motherfucker, and I've got physical proof of him, and he's actually doing stuff, and da 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 da. So I was like, that's very fascinating, because here's a modern person basically doing what ancient people did, which is to say, hey, we can see this thing,
see it, so we should,
right? And a lot of people like, shout out to all my atheist friends, but they'll say things like, ha. Your Bible has life before the sun. It's got vegetation before the sun. And it's like, ancient people didn't understand that the sun, they didn't understand photosynthesis. Yes, they did. Mm-hmm. They were harvesters. They lived in agrarian societies. They probably knew more about the sun than we did. Mm-hmm. I mean, you've got these people building pyramids that are like completely in line with, So it wasn't that, like, but of course, these people, a lot of them believe that they're just a bunch of dumb backwoods farmers who didn't know anything. It's like, okay, yeah, you can make that assumption, or maybe there's something else going on. Maybe there's an argument to maybe what Moses or the Babylonian authors trying to communicate is that life and light doesn't come from the sun. It originates from Yahweh, and Yahweh simply uses the sun as a means by which he communicates life and light, et cetera, which I obviously think that's the case. But it is fascinating, like, that the thing that gives us life, if you give it some time, ultimately is going to destroy us. I just think that is massively a fascinating concept with some really interesting implications.
You see it in more, like, for instance, like food also, that gives you life, but if you overdo it, just like if the sun is overdone, you're going to cook to death. If you overdo eating, you're going to kill yourself.
Yeah.
So that's another kind of same concept where it gives life, but if it's overdone, it's no good.
Yeah, it's sear flesh from the bone, boil blood in veins, subhanAllah. Gild this glass heart, fuel am I. Chase away the darkness, dancing flame on chariots right, to unmake the absence, to drown out the stars. Life giver, give life. Reach out, stretch across infinity, to infinity, from infinity. Ribbons of flame across the void. Yellow tendrils grasp at cosmic straws, defy the universe to grant us sight. I mean, good night.
I cannot hear the word infinity without thinking of Buzz Lightyear. I apologize. But when you said to infinity, from infinity.
Yeah.
Ribbons of flame across the void.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. Like,
gild, what does that mean? Like protect it and strength it up?
No, gild is to gold plate something. Like the Gilded Age, everything was golden. You know how like Trump has a golden
heart before it breaks?
You know how Trump has like a golden toilet and it's a gilded toilet. It's like
please stop.
You gold plate something.
That's not true. That's true.
Oh, he does. He does have a gilded toilet.
Come on.
Yeah, he does.
I feel like that is a bad sign.
I'm not mad at. Look, if you tell yourself, look, the trajectory and the purpose of my life is to generate revenue.
Yeah.
And you begin to feel the emptiness of just having money. You gotta.
Oh, what an interesting way of looking at that.
And
yeah.
all the sacrifices that you've made, personal and otherwise, to get that money, you've got to have something that justifies all that shit that you did to get that money.
Shit.
And I'm not saying like bad things. I'm just saying time away from your family, whatever sacrifice you have to make, like you got to have something to say. Well, I mean, do you have a gilded toilet? You see what I'm saying? So like, I'm not mad at Trump for having a gilded toilet.
I'm not mad at him. I just think it's a bad sign. It's a
pity. It's a pity type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel bad for him. Like you got to have that. Sorry guys, this review is going to be a little long. It's a 12-minute song. What do you want us to do? Plus, there's a bunch of lyrics. You know how we get down. I'm sorry. An elegant orbit, two bodies is one, gravitational caress, a waltz of fire to scorch the abyss. Okay, so that's the relationship between the sun and the earth, right? Mm-hmm. An elegant orbit, two bodies is one, gravitational caress.
Cool.
So
I like
that sounds to me like he's talking about the
gravitational caress.
Right.
That's good.
Yeah, like and
a waltz of fire to scorch the abyss.
I have been.
A waltz of fire.
I have been just deep diving into science and scientists and people that don't share our faith at all. It's not on the radar. And the more I look into this stuff, the more you just see the poetry in the... It's unbelievable.
The poetry in what?
In science and cosmology. And we're just like literally like in the parking lot of the universe. When we're talking about the vastness, especially me as an idealist, it's like you're experiencing 0.00001% of what ultimate reality actually is. Mm-hmm. And just even like just the amazing the gravitational relationship between the sun and the earth is insane. It's incredible. If the people, like biblically speaking, like if the Bible was to get an update, like the type of poetry that you would see would be unbelievable. Like if you look at some of the poetry in the book of Job relative to the water cycle or the storehouses of frost, when it says where is the storehouses of frost, and it's just unbelievable stuff. Like just the comment, like when God shows up to Job and starts commenting on nature and like, where were you?
Those were my
where
favorite. I think it's chapter 37 or something. It talks about the lightning and God telling the water, like, this far will you go and no farther. Here is where your proud waves must stop. Like, I loved that. I used to read that every time there was a thunderstorm.
Yeah, this far and no further. Yeah. Like, unbelievable stuff. And
then anytime that there's like a tsunami or something where the water goes like ballistic and goes way further, I'm like, yo, there had to be clearance for that.
Yeah.
Otherwise it wouldn't have happened.
Life giver, shine light to set fire to the corner of the world, rid the shadows from the eternal walls, vanquish the monster of this design, reveal the path from you to I, open the sky, travel the distance, and I will make us whole.
I steal a molten kiss from the cosmos, suck the flaming air from open lungs.
You give what you are, I take what I am, a celestial merchant with nothing to trade. I am alone.
Jeez.
I think that's the Earth talking, because the Earth is essentially alone, as in the only planet with life on it.
Oh. So
I steal a molten kiss from the cosmos, like that's like you're melting, because the Earth is melting, in the, So I think that's like personifying the Earth.
But the Earth sucks the flaming air from open lungs.
Well, yeah, because it's all the people are dying.
Yeah.
So when it says, "You give what you are, I take what I am, a celestial merchant with nothing to trade. I am alone." I mean, that's just that's so brilliant. Your light wanes, your energy expires. I've taken too much. See what I'm saying? So the sun gives light.
Yeah.
See, if you go up here, it says you give what you are, which the sun is, everything in the sun is the sun. And it gives a slice. I take what I am, a celestial merchant. There's nothing to trade. It's a one-way relationship.
Right, exactly.
Right? And it says, I am alone. Your light wanes, your energy expires. I've taken too much, engulfed entirely by what I've desired. Your death will be the death of us both. There it is, heat death, yeah. So it looks like it's talking about heat death. But my heart, it beats still. Be still, my heart. Gild this glass heart before it breaks.
Jeez.
An elegant orbit, two bodies is one. And then they had the woman sing that part, and it was just massively unbelievable. So, like, this is like, it's an unbelievably poetic way of talking about, like, heat death and all that. Like, you've got nihilisms like, like all of us are gonna die, but it's a very beautiful way of talking about the relationship between the Earth and the sun, and the interdependence. Well, not really the interdependence. The complete dependence of the Earth on the sun. And like the sort of romantic relationship between. It's interesting because in the hood, and XBM is here, like, you've got the nation of gods and earths. And so the dude is the god and the girl is the earth. So, like, XBM like, oh, God, Vin, and Earth Story. Like, that's because
that's what's coming
yeah,
from.
I think pretty sure he's from the Bronx, too.
Oh, okay.
But, man,
it's so funny. I always took that in a really hippie sort of way. That's so funny. But
yeah, it's absolutely amazing. You got people like Elon saying, hey, we need to populate Mars and all the rest of it, but I'm pretty sure that if we went into heat death, Mars is still in the neighborhood, so it wouldn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like on the one hand, I'm like, yeah, that's a cool idea, but on the other hand, I'm like,
is it really going to help us? I think we need to go a little farther.
You're delaying the inevitable at that point, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
We would have to come up with a way to, reverse that process within stars.
Wait, is Mars closer to the sun?
I'm not sure. We're the third planet from the sun. So there's only two other candidates. Yeah. But
I thought Mars was like at the end, but
like either way, like we can get to Mars. We've got a rover on Mars, supposedly. I mean, I don't know if you believe that we have a rover on Mars. Like that shit is like crazy.
Yeah,
but
Mars is after us, so it's colder. So it's a little delayed. If we got there, we'd have a little bit of time before the sun would then go there.
Well, it just depends. I
what?
don't know like how far away that is.
Well, I'll tell you because I happen to know. It is 92.96 million miles. Is that what it's saying right here? Or did I?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if the sun were to go into heat death,
how fast is that going to travel?
What I'm saying is like, would it matter? So, for example, like if an atomic bomb went off, and and ground zero was our house, right? Like everybody around here is going to die. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know what that scale is.
Well, it goes from 92 million miles to 141 million miles. So
Musk has stated that his goal is to
how
preserve
fast it's
human
gonna-
consciousness, not necessarily humans.
Wow.
Right. Like that's the thing. Like he's got an assumption that consciousness is some physical thing within these 4 dimensions that he can, which people have to believe if other things are going to be true for them. I don't. It would take us 9 months. There is no way of getting away from a supernova, at least nothing we can fathom in our way of understanding science. So if our sun dies, that's all she wrote. Yeah, everything in the neighborhood is a wrap. And Mars is still in the neighborhood, so it's a wrap.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
What's fascinating is he did mention the concept of purpose here, and so that was very fascinating to me because, again, I asked a question before, like, if we're in a universe where the ultimate principle is chaos and disorder, then why in the world do we want purpose in the first? People say, well, we make our own purpose. Like, I understand that's the answer.
Why are we
but the
creating
question
our own
is,
purpose? Why do
we have this burning desire to create purpose in the first place if the overall principle of the universe is just random chaos? Or, to put it another way, why are we so obsessed with purpose if the ultimate principle in the universe is ultimately non-personal? Because only persons worry about purpose. So I think like that answer, I haven't heard an answer to that. I've heard people say, well, you don't need God for purpose. Like, that's fine, but that's not the question I'm asking you. I'm asking you is, you're saying that that ultimately in the universe there is no person, that the universe is ultimately impersonal with no purpose and no stated aims or intentions. Okay, so then why is it that you have it, and why is it a universal aspect of all sentient beings that are sentient to our degree? Why are we obsessed with having purpose? That's the question. And there are many times when our purpose runs counter to our survival. Hence people dying for their country, or dying for this, or dying for this purpose, or dying for that purpose. People would rather die than live a life without purpose. So a lot of times the search for purpose actually impedes the progress of life. As a matter of fact, there's nothing that we do that doesn't have some purpose behind it, and it goes beyond just mere survival. So especially in Western culture, all the archetypes of Western culture have a super persona assumed. Everything we do, including the scientific method, by the way. The people that invented the scientific method were not saying, well, this universe is completely chaotic, so we should be able to find systems here. I'm sorry, that's not what was going on in the mind of Francis Bacon. He wasn't saying like, well, everything is random, there's no rhyme or reason for anything, so we're going to find a way to see how all this shit works. It was the assumption that there was a super persona that created everything. And initially, the job of scientists was to reverse engineer and figure out how that super persona did it. That's what happened. So that's what I'm saying. I just think looking at that stuff, it's very, very fascinating. And the more I'm in this other forum, it's like an atheist forum, and I said, can somebody help me with mounted defense for physicalism in light of what we've discovered relative to local realism and essentially the death of local realism? And you could tell these people aren't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just very, 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 very fascinating stuff. Very, very fascinating stuff.
Kind of just to throw a couple things in there with what you were talking about. One is, have you ever heard of the Wonder Weeks, the mental leaps of like infants? So I was looking into this, and apparently like you can clock, like it's completely clocked, and you're able to know like when they're all of a sudden going to start wanting to eat a lot more, or when they're. But
oh, really?
Yeah, it's
Pass
really
the water?
interesting. Yeah, what I read was really interesting here. But one of the things that I thought was fascinating was already by just a couple weeks, they are trying to find patterns. So they can't really see very good, and they don't really understand a whole lot. Thank you so much, honey. Just set it right there. Thanks a lot. So they're already looking for patterns. So Seneca, who's 7 weeks, is already looking for patterns in his world, and that's what gives them some security, is finding that like, okay, oh, this is the same and this is the same.
Right.
And so like if there's no order and there's no whatever, then like even infants are looking for that, like at such a tiny age. And then I was thinking about like when we see ants, we don't think, oh, these poor things, they're being forced to, they're doing their purpose. They're collecting, and they're setting themselves up for the winter or whatever, and they work so well together. Don't you find it, maybe there's a really obvious answer, I mean, besides the fall, like how is it that an ant that we would, step on, some people would. I always feel bad when I even step on an ant, but most people could step on an ant and go on with their day, and they don't even feel a little tinge of bad about it. You probably don't even notice if you squashed an ant on your walking to work. But we struggle with knowing our purpose. Human beings struggle with like you said, what is the reason for life, and whether or not, like, especially when people get to crisis points, and maybe that's what pushes people to crisis points, is not knowing why, what's happening here, And maybe it's kind of like, if you stick somebody in a box and you tell them that they're going to come out, like there's that whole thing with the rat, like they stick them in the water and it's struggling and it makes it X amount of minutes. But if you pull it out and then put it back in, it'll go for like days or something like that, because it thinks somebody's coming back. It thinks that there's some, so I don't know, like maybe that's what kind of pushes people to points of like a breakdown, is that there's no clear set purpose that they see for their life or for them personally. Not like if you're talking nihilism, you're looking at all of humanity, is like that's to look at your own life and say this is going nowhere and I have no purpose, but to look at all of humanity and say they all have no purpose, we all have no purpose, that's a really hard, dark place to be for an extended period of time. Would that bring somebody to a point of like, okay, actually I do need to find a purpose? Is there a purpose? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, do people hit a crisis point and then they start talking about purpose? Or is not knowing the purpose a part of what would bring somebody to a crisis point? And why does the ant know its purpose when human beings
Well, I think for a lot of people, especially with the rise of the new atheism, which is dying, but when they think about the ramifications of what that means, like, on the one hand, the fact of the matter is, and many atheists thinkers have said this, Bertrand Russell, etc. There's a big pro in atheism in that you can make your own rules. You don't have to answer to anybody. Mm-hmm. I can do what I want.
Yeah.
Right? But the big con is, well, yeah, you get that trade-off, but on the other hand, you have no ultimate reason for being. You're just an accident of history, and you're gonna. And if we space out your life in context of the age of the universe right now is about 14 billion. If we spaced out your 88 years, you're like less than 1% of 1% of 1% of.
Oh yeah.
So it's completely meaningless. And then they go, well, okay, I'll have to come up with meaning to give myself, reason to get out of bed in the morning. It's like, great, but the deeper question is, why is meaning so important to you in the first fucking place if your first presupposition is correct?
Right.
And to this moment, Bertrand Russell was talking about that. Bertrand Russell wrote a whole book about like philosophical issues, problems that are unsolvable from that worldview. So like one of them is the induction problem. Why do you believe that all these principles like gravity and all the rest of them, why will they apply tomorrow? What is the force that's keeping those things applicable tomorrow? How do you know the sun's going to rise in the east tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well, because it rose in the east every other day. Well, one, you don't know that. You don't know if it rose in the east 2 million years ago. And secondly, you cannot know definitively it's going to rise in the east tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Just because something was true yesterday doesn't mean necessarily it's going to be true tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Like, for example, have you died? You know what I'm saying? Like So those are really, really deep problems, and I because we're in kind of a microwave generation and a Twitter generation, like, people aren't asking that deeper question underneath.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. It's like, I understand that people say purpose is subjective. I don't believe purpose is subjective, but that's not the question. The question is, why do you want that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If the sky is empty and everything was chaos and you were born out of chaos and you're going to die in chaos, why do you have this obsession for order and purpose? That's the question. So anyway, I love this song. The song is a 10 for me. It's my favorite song so far, and I think...
Is it the song of the night so far?
It's a song of the night so far. Somebody was making fun of me yesterday. It's always a song of the night with me. This is a song of the night! I love this song. I copied it down. I'm gonna play it. It's gonna give birth to about 2 or 3 very faded knockoff songs, I'm sure. Just like when I listened to Neo.
Yeah.
Like that last one I came up with was just listening to hours and hours of
That's
Neo.
so crazy.
Okay.
Inspirational. I'm gonna give this one a 9.
Danny Leo G in the house. A 9. How dare you? How dare you?
I mean, that's a pretty damn good score.
All right, dear listener,
So apparently that one was from Kellendros.
We shall return. Shout out to the big homie Kellendros. The night has just begun, and this isn't 7. Vincent, Soraya, Vin out.
Sorry out.
Go. That was. I'm Vin.
I'm so-
Get you. Get you straight. The group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that
can
off.
also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee,
Can't
a positive
guarantee you
review.
a positive review.
You get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
Buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of the Magnificent 7
Live stream
live stream.
brought to you by 7 of our Discord members who got together and made a stream.
Multiple ways to get your song reviewed, dear listener. Multiple ways.
Yeah.
Okay, the next
So
song.
up next is a song picked by Misery Biz. It's Ashenspire, The Law of Asbestos.
Ashenspire, I think.
Ashenspire.
We did an interview with Ashenspire, actually.
Oh.
Shout
that
out
was
to
a
the
good one.
homie. It was a very good interview. Dude's like a very, very like outside the box thinker.
Your memory's amazing.
Well, yeah, we've also forgotten people that we've done interviews with, but that's a different story. Tragedy. All right.
Requested by Yul Brynner as Chris Adams.
Yul Brynner!
Yul Brynner.
It's the guy that didn't, he was Pharaoh in the Ten Commandments.
Oh,
Pharaoh.
well, good.
He was Pharaoh in the Ten Commandments.
Very
Yul Brynner.
happy to hear that.
What?
It's just so weird, like, when the majority of my life was spent, like, not being in the world and
Yeah,
understanding
but you
what
saw
goes
the
on.
Ten Commandments.
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't have remembered that. So I assume that when something comes up, I don't assume that I forgot it. I assume that I was never told it.
Oh. Yeah, you be blaming your parents for stuff.
Yeah,
Like, I'm
poor
pretty
people.
sure you saw the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, we definitely did. We saw it multiple times. We
Yeah.
just couldn't watch the ending.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
was banned.
What was wrong with the ending?
Remember with they were dancing with the golden calf.
Oh,
None of that. They're dancing.
Yeah, just imagine it in your head. I mean, honestly, like what they put on that movie was probably definitely less graphic than
what you were thinking.
than what you would have in your head.
Well, yeah, probably.
I mean, because the KJV says the people of Israel rose up to play.
To play.
So you're a kid, you're like, well, why is that a problem? Like,
I was
you know
like,
what I'm
I
saying?
bet I know.
You knew as a kid?
Well, when I don't know how old I was when I read it.
See, I wouldn't have known that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd have been like,
I knew it must have been some shit because they reacted big time when that calf came out.
Yeah,
Everybody had to turn around.
Yeah, I just focused on the idolatry as a kid. I was like, oh, God has a problem with playing. I'm like, well, I'm screwed because I'm going to play, bro. We play football. We play
Maybe
baseball.
I'm in the wrong religion.
I'm like, I'm going to hell. It's fine. I'm just not going to be bored. All right. Having said that, heresy.
Gunslinger, requested by Yul Brynner. As Chris Adams, a Cajun gunslinger.
Jesus.
This is first track from Ashenspire's sophomore album, Hostile Architecture.
Ooh.
Guesting musician in the track is a Trebor from Botanist playing hammered dulcimer. You know what even that sentence meant.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Go ahead.
Oh man, I just watched a documentary about the workers in Qatar World Cup, and this song really has some lines that fit. The scaffolding holding the bread from their mouths as it rouses the worker to sell themselves short. Both foundation and cornerstone, and it are entirely bereft of support. Wow. Okay.
All right. Well,
The Law of Asbestos.
The Law of Asbestos, dear listener.
Let's check it out.
Our Ashenspire Magnificent 7. You guys know what it is. That's what I used to say all the time in the hood. You know what it is? Like, what are you talking about, bro? We don't know what you're talking about, my guy. You already know what it is. Ashenspire in this bitch. Let's go. The Law of Asbestos. There was one song or band, I don't know, but it was like, the saw is the law. I'm like, that's a freaking...
The saw is the law?
The saw is the law.
Why? Because people get killed?
I don't know. I just thought that was one of the most badass titles I've ever heard in my life. The saw is the law.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Ashenspire, let's go. Hydrate, ladies and gents.
houses to work at them. Sell themselves shorts, both foundation and cornerstone, and entirely bereft of support. If I drink college reagents, will I finally shine inside? And will I see myself as God sees me? If I pour it in my eyes, pour it in my eyes! Oh, silent but for the rain, weary lungs, asthmatic brain. Another deep breath of asbestos in a God-forsaken town. Always 3 months to the gutter. Never 3 months to the top. Another set of fucking homeless slates inside another empty shop. Always 3 months to the gutter. Never 3 months to a tent.
piece of art that is. Holy shit. That is right up my alley. I love stuff like that. Okay, when it first started, I was like, I don't know about that vocal style. But then the more he got into it, it reminded me, again, babe, you have got to at least watch that scene on Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I always bring it up, and you never know what the hell I'm talking about.
I never do. I don't know what you're talking about.
So I don't know what year, this came out in 2022? Okay, then he bit off, that is the style of that song in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the old one. But I don't know if they bit off someone else, but it was like that sort of like stuff is progressively getting more intense the more he's going, and the voice is all like kind of crazy like. Do you think that I would love to do that in one of our songs. You know, I've always been a fan of that, like
what, Rising Action?
No, like the chaotic sound of that vocal style, just like In This Moment does that, where her voice just sounds like there's a problem.
I mean, you're the vocalist.
Yeah, I know. You think that we could come up with something?
I keep telling you, you're the vocalist, so go for it.
Yeah.
But it was kind of avant-garde. It was definitely avant-garde at the beginning. Like the musicianship was very kind of, and then like in the second half of the song, they brought it together.
That is a very good explanation.
And that was brilliant. But see, we've listened to, I forgot the name of the band, but what's that band that did Sola Fide?
Good.
There's a band that did Sola Fide.
You know what's funny? I can picture the thumbnail.
It's BM fans. It's one of BM fans' favorite bands. It was the one that introduced me actually to Deathspell Omega.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I wasn't trained with Deathspell Omega, then I wouldn't have been able to write out the first half of the song.
Yeah, the ride scene.
The first half of the song in Death, was very avant-garde and very kind of like, and then they brought it together, especially with that lead riff, the ding, 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 ding. Like, man, they did such a really good job. These guys,
they didn't waste the topic either.
Yeah, man, these guys, it just really brings it's one of the more fascinating things about music is that when I first started the channel, I thought capitalism had some weaknesses, but I figured, yeah, I mean, you can redeem it.
Oh, I thought so too, yeah.
And being introduced to Marxist thought made me say, no, this is an irredeemable system.
We got to go with something else.
And the reason it's an irredeemable system is because it feeds into the most basest aspects of human sinfulness, which is selfishness, deception,
greed,
the desire for power, the desire for, ego, all those things. And the people at the top have absolutely zero motivation in any way, shape, or form of changing things. And the people at the bottom, who are the majority, do not have the political power to compete with those people. Because I actually heard it first from Dr. Umar Johnson, actually, who said capitalism and democracy cannot coexist. I was like, damn, bro. And it's kind of true. If you talk about campaign finance reform and things of that nature and all these wars, like 90% of the shit that our government does, like 90% of us are completely against. But it's like, everybody's like, wait a second, like, okay, we're not cool with Russia invading those people, but $100 billion? Like, why are we the ones doing all that shit? And then you got regular Americans that are like getting evicted, can't shop, can't, gas, all that shit. And then you find out, well, this inflation doesn't even have to be to this degree. It's the guys at the top that are inflating their prices because they want another 2% in their margins. I just got done listening to a Jimmy Dore thing. It was Levi's. Levi's, they did layoffs like everybody else, but the dude, the head guy or whatever, made $43 million just on stock, whatever, as he was laying these people off, and he was acting like he was some nice, righteous dude. We did it, humane. We laid them off humanely and all the rest, which is okay. Like, but it's like, dude, 43 million. Like, you couldn't tell yourself, like, bro. I'm sure if you do your P&L and you annuitize 43 million, you could have saved a whole bunch of jobs just on your salary alone, dude.
I know.
Like,
and for what?
Exactly.
That's the thing that I keep thinking about is like, what does it matter? Like, what is so important? Like, like Trump with this golden toilet, like that's crazy. But like I know that everybody has areas where what we do with our money is crazy. But at the same time, like when you hear stuff like this, like the way that it was explained in this song, like you could just feel it. Just
yeah,
like when I see people, like older people that are like working and they're not going to be retiring anytime soon, and they've worked there, like he said when he was talking about your fingers, another day to grind your fingers for the simple right to eat. Another deep breath of asbestos in a godforsaken town. Like that stuff really, like for me, hit home because my dad builds houses, and a lot of he would build houses from scratch, but also he would like revamp houses. So if it needed an update or whatever, so he used a lot of asbestos. Like a lot of times he was ripping that out, and it's
who is this?
My dad. He's dealt with tons of asbestos. Honestly, I'm very grateful that my father is still alive, but I am surprised that he breathed in that. He was cutting it, so it gets airborne. When you start cutting it, you're not supposed to cut it. You're supposed to bag it up and you're supposed to bring it and get it, whatever, but it would take too much time, and, so he was just cutting it, bagging it, and, breathing
like when we think about, like, what we're going to do with, we started a baby formula company, yada, yada, yada. Like, that's, like, one of the main... Because your grandfather died in a shop, right?
Yeah, that's what
he died.
He had his heart attack in there, yeah.
And he had to fight for a penny raise?
Oh, well, I found out he fought for the raise. They never did give it to him.
They didn't even give him the penny?
It was a half a penny that he was asking for, and they wouldn't even give it to him.
And he died in the fight. Like, that shit to me, like...
Because they knew he was such a loyal worker, he was going to go nowhere. They were right.
That to me is like...
That's insulting, though. You won't even give... I thought they gave him a half a penny raise.
I don't know what's worse.
That they wouldn't even give a half penny?
Like the last... I think it was an Ashenspire song. I'm not sure, but it was like... It was talking about the first kind of guys who were working in the mines, the breaker boys or whatever, and they fought like mad, and they only gave them like a penny and a half raise.
Is that the ones where they were abusing them?
Yeah,
too?
you had the priest. You had the priest like beating the hell out of protesters. Not protesters, but the union guys, and like
you can't treat people like that.
That's the thing. Like there was this priest that Panopticon. There was a priest, Catholic dude, when the rise of Marxism happened, and of course, the majority report on Christians is that Marxism is an anti-God, anti-Christ movement. And of course, he said religion, the opiate of the masses, blah, blah, blah. But this priest said that essentially that Marxism was, emerged as a result of the church's failure to fight for economic justice. And instead of fighting for economic justice, which is our marching orders, we're supposed to, there's clear statements about economic justice, particularly in the New Testament, and there are also clear threats of death, like the death penalty, if you don't give the worker his wages. Where it was like, and it's interesting because from a New Testament perspective, there are images of Jesus being violent. One is the money changers at the temple, economic issue. Two, the threat that the book of James gives, which is when James says the judge is at the door and all the rest of it, he's referring to Christ. So in both instances,
the judge is at the door in what?
I'll show you in the book of James. It's James chapter 1. We're talking about economic injustice.
Yeah.
So, like, my point is, aside from the book of Revelation, in both instances, when you see Jesus getting violent, or people say that Jesus is going to enact some sort of violence, both of them have to do with economic injustice. And it's like,
well,
it's absolutely insane to me that, like, we have supported this as Christians, evangelicalism, like, is completely bought into capitalism as sort of like they've canonized
capitalism. Yeah, they have. They absolutely have. Yeah, it's crazy though because just pull back. Like I've been thinking a lot about this topic as well. I don't know. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately. The idea that we would consume away while part of the world is suffering, because I can't stop thinking about those Yemenis children. Do we support any kids from Yemen? From Yemen? Is it Yemen?
Yeah. Yeah. Our patrons have, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know if one of them was from Yemen. But anyway, so I'm like thinking about that, and I'm like, okay, if obviously let me just speak from my worldview. God creates all lost people. We're all on this planet together, and because we're all creations of His, then we're all related in a way. And like from God's point of view, to see like some people sitting there and just like consuming their life away, or putting a bunch of money into savings and like not helping the overall, like, so if I saw one of my kids sitting on the couch and just like gorging themselves with all this food while one of my other kids was over there crying because they were hungry, I'd be like, what are you doing? But that's what we're doing on a mass scale. And we're not just like I understand why people would do that for like siege warfare, but this isn't even siege warfare. This is just, we don't give a fuck. We don't care. We're not even thinking about that. The majority of the day, nobody cares about those Yemenis children, those mothers and fathers that have to watch their children die because there's not enough food.
Well, they don't look like us.
Yeah, I was going to tell you the other day.
That's the
I know.
little non-racist white lady said on about Ukraine.
This
is not like those savages over there in Afghanistan. These people look like us. Oh, okay. I started to figure out. Go ahead.
Yeah.
This is a passage I was talking to. Come now, you who are rich, weep and wail over the misery to come upon you. Your riches have rotted, and moths have eaten your clothes. Your gold and silver are corroded. Their corrosion will testify against you and consume your flesh like fire. You have hoarded treasure.
So metal.
You have hoarded treasure in the last days. Look, the wages you withheld from the workmen who mowed your fields are crying out against you.
Wow,
the cries
that's
of the
interesting.
harvesters have reached the Lord of hosts. By the way, Lord of hosts, anytime you see Lord of hosts, that is God as a warrior. Mm-hmm. That's like Lord of the army.
I was going to say armies.
Yeah, it's actually, I think the KJV has it as armies. Mm-hmm. Okay? That's God in battle array. You have lived on earth in luxury and self-indulgence. You have fattened your hearts in the day of slaughter. You have condemned and murdered the righteous who do not resist you. And then he says, be patient, brothers, until the Lord's coming.
Oh.
And everybody universally understands the Lord's coming as the Lord Jesus. So this threat to these rich people, it's Jesus is going to come and fuck you guys up for what you did to those people. And we were reading the Wars of the Jews, and I'll tell you, this got fulfilled.
That is well worth a listen.
Read Josephus' Wars of the Jews, because this was fulfilled literally. What do I mean by that? Well, here's what would happen. The Romans had surrounded the city of Jerusalem. All the aristocracy, everybody was trapped inside, and then people started trying to leave.
Right. Oh,
and as they were leaving, before because eventually the Romans says nobody's leaving, we're gonna so everybody, after a while, they would just crucify you and then hang you outside the thing, right? But prior to that, dudes were trying to leave. Now the Christians had already gone out. That's a different story. These guys are trying to leave. Well, what happened was, what would you do if you were part of the mega rich? What they started doing was the mega rich would start swallowing these gold coins, and then they would go, and then they would whatever. Well, a Roman soldier saw that happening. So when this Jewish person came up to escape, the soldier took him aside and cut him open while he was alive and took his coins. And so the other soldiers were like, holy shit, where'd you get all them coins from? He explained what happened. So now when these rich people were trying to escape, all of them, if you were looked upon as a rich person, they would gut you alive and take your shit. Mm-hmm. Like, so when it says your gold and silver are corroded, their corrosion will testify against you and consume your flesh like fire, that literally happened. Ugh. Now, I don't want to get too technical, but James was the apostle to the Jewish people. And he was stationed in Jerusalem. Peter, James, and John were stationed in Jerusalem. The rest of the disciples and Paul, they were going all over the place. Don't worry about it. The kids got that. I don't care. Okay? So the point is, the point is, this was literally fulfilled. Like, this literally happened to people. And the rich especially got it the worst in that situation. So when he says you've fattened yourself in the day of slaughter, that's literally what happened. Now, when you look at Marxism, there was, Marx basically advocated for violence. But he basically
Can you just
said,
give me a little capsule again? I get them mixed up. Which one is Marxism?
Marx was the father of Marxism. The workers own the means of production. Workers of the world unite.
Yeah.
That Das Kapital book. It's very thick. It's very hard. I had to read the book 4 or 5. I'm on my 6th.
But it's violent. Violence, and that's why people are like, they're a Marxist, right?
Part of it was violence, because if you think about the way that these people were living, and then you look at these rich people and all these unfair wages and things like that, it creates a sort of deep resentment. And so when you get an organizing principle around people who are deeply resentful and they say, wait a second, there's 99 of us and 1 of you. Right? Like this is before, major technology. I mean, one of the reasons, in my view, for the defense budget, is to make it so that the 99 could never really challenge the 1. Right? So think about it. Like back in the 1800s, they had a little rifle, you had a little rifle, and so if you had 99 guys versus 1 guy at a rifle, he's going to win, and so there was some sort of parity. Now all they have to do is cordon off your little city and you're finished.
That's it. Yeah.
Cuz they got B-21s, they got ICBMs, they got all types of shit that the average person, even a very affluent average person, could not procure. And so now that gap is so the American capitalist, like, no. So like on the one hand, our defense budget is foreign so that we can expand the empire, but on the other hand, I'm completely convinced that our defense spending and why we innovate on weapons and things of that nature is to ensure that group of people, that regular people, could never do a violent overthrow of them. So that's out the window. That's not going to happen. People say, oh, Vietnam, blah, blah, blah. There were ROE in Vietnam, rules of engagement. Ask anybody that was there if they would have released those, because, there was the propaganda, the Vietnamese propaganda that was massively effective. You had Jane Fonda, all the rest of these people. And so as the war in Vietnam continued, the ROE became more and more stringent because people at home were saying, what the fuck? That's why when these guys came home, baby killers, yada, yada, yada. If we ever got into a hellscape where the U.S. government said, yo, we're going to kill you, and they're not worried about propaganda, because if they were to turn their guns on their own people, they would massacre you, bro.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why. It's like, the irony is like, our tax dollars are going to ensure that these people never have the danger of the people rising up against them. And so like just recently, shout out to Carlos Oviedo. Just recently, I should have covered this in Middle America, where these railway workers were trying to. It was something ridiculous like paid leave of absence, like paid sick leave or something. So they decided they were going to unionize, and Biden and the Republicans got together and basically signed a bill that made that like illegal for them to do. Like it's just unbelievably crazy.
Yeah, but I thought that they gave them something else, but they knew that the other bill was going to get shut down, so they put the most important information in the bill that got shut down. Did you see?
I'm not sure. I didn't really look at it because I'm like, here we go.
And basically, that they did it just to what do you guys call that? Posterize. Basically, when you're just trying to make it look like you're doing a good thing.
Now everybody
but you knew it was going to get shut down in the back end.
No. That's a student loan thing that Biden did. But
it was just the show that was on yesterday. But okay.
What they did to those railway workers, like it was clear, like y'all ain't unionizing nothing.
I'm pretty sure it was about
and those guys, like, and women, like if they really, there's nothing they can do about it. To get, it's over.
Yeah.
Like they completely shut that down. The government got involved in union busing. And honestly, like if those guys really were able to do that, it would have brought America to its knees. They had leverage, and Biden just completely. But it has nothing to do with. It's not like Biden. Oh, if we had a Republican in office, he'd have done the same thing. Y'all know that. But it's just like it's just crazy to me, dude. Like, so this song is deep, man, because I don't believe. let me see here. Let me see what he said here.
You know, we're working really hard at all of our businesses to make it so that way our kids have jobs and everybody's well taken care of. And obviously beyond that, we want to be able to do stuff not just for our community, but also for the world. Whatever we can do with the money that we have, we want to be able to do that. And so like hearing this song, like for me, it was extremely emotional to like to see that people put other people in this situation where they don't have like that has been the story. That has been how it's always been. You will work until you die. And that's it. Like you work and you work and you work. And it's always kept at a place where nobody can ever get ahead. And then we used to have just the men working, but then the women, you know, wanted to enter the workforce. And once women did.
Well, they had to because of World War II.
Right.
It's not like they wanted to, they had to.
Right.
Then
that's
dudes
true.
are coming
they
back.
Had to.
Dudes are coming back trying to rule the roost, and girls are like, "What the fuck? We've been holding up the whole country. What y'all on?"
But then now you have double the amount of people in the workforce when they came back, and so wages went down. Now it requires 2 people in a household, and people are just making bare minimum. Like, how can people get by and ever really? He said never to get to the top. Like, always 3 months to the gutter, never 3 months to the peak. Like, it's true. Like, the majority of everybody is always right, ready to, you know, it's paycheck to paycheck for a lot of people. The student loan thing, that's a fucking joke. I couldn't even believe that. When you talked about that the other day and said that they can never claim bankruptcy.
I forgot.
That is always there.
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot.
didn't know that.
I forgot what the number is. It's basically like the average American does not have enough resources for a $1,000 emergency. Like, the thing that gets me, it's like, okay, human nature, blah blah blah. But I'm like, yo, American evangelicals specifically have canonized capitalism to the point where
it's true.
I had somebody say to me, "That's Marxism, then," and I said, "Yeah." They're like, they started asking me if I was a Christian. They started asking questions. I'm like, "Are you kidding me?"
Wow.
Because I don't hold to your economic theory, I'm not a Christian? Are you insane?
That's so crazy.
Like, what the fuck?
And you have, like, economic theory is in the scriptures. Like, you can find how it should go.
Well,
like
shout out to the lady.
What the biblical economic theory would be.
Well, look. The vast majority of the time that the Old Testament talks about slavery, it's talking about debt slavery, and the conditions are almost exactly similar to what the fuck is happening right now. They're actually worse. There's no jubilee. There's no jubilee. There's no cancellation of debt. There's none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? For the average person, you got bankruptcy, but that ends up fucking you up for the rest of your life, credit wise. Mm-hmm. But there was no. So in the Old Testament, like every 7 years, your debt would get, you know, whatever. But there were all these laws around how you were supposed to treat the people that were working for you. Remember, you're an agrarian society. Everybody had their own little business. Mm-hmm. So if you fell on hard times, they didn't have a category like work for somebody, you're a boss. So the only terminology you used was slave. That's what happened. So it's essentially an employer-employee relationship.
That's true, yeah.
And it's crazy because people are like, "Oh my God, you know, the Old Testament talks about beating somebody." It's like, yeah, if you damage the person that's working for you, then all of their debt got canceled. Can you imagine? Like, that's how OSHA came about, was because you had these insane working conditions.
Yep. And the pressure that they put on workers to not say if they got
kids
injured.
Like Marx was like, he was brilliant because he's like, you got these little 7-year-old girls working naked because all their little frilly dresses and shit would get caught in the machines, and the girls would get scalped like alive and all. And Marx was just like pressing on people like, what the fuck? And like, if you were to compare what would happen to that person in I'm bringing up the Old Testament, which is not God's ideal. I think everybody universally agrees. It's like, these people prior to Marx would have had a better time in the Old Testament than the Western economic system. Because for dynamic equivalency, you would have had to basically financially support that family for the rest of your life. You would probably get the death penalty. Because in the Old Testament, if you didn't put a parapet above your roof, you know, the little guardrails around your roof, and somebody fell off the roof and died, you were held liable.
That's right, you were.
And that's just your regular life, much less being an employee, employer, slave master. I don't care what you want to call it. Mm-hmm. Because all of
because
us.
you didn't do what you could to protect human life.
I mean, think about like I don't even want to get into it because, you know, we're blessed to be able to work for ourselves and work for you guys. But I will say one thing, like I was a kid, you know, 19, 20 years old. I got promoted to being a supervisor. I had people that could have been my grandparents and my parents. And they had to ask me to go to the bathroom. That's not slavery. When these people are on the clock, they were absolutely my slaves. I never took a lunch break. Never. I worked straight through the thing. Because this was my only shot. I barely had a high school diploma. I got this opportunity. I think my promotion got me a whopping, I went from $9.50 an hour to $12 an hour. And it was me and Shorty and our first kid.
You went from 9 to 12?
I went from 9 to 12 in my promotion, you know. But like people had to ask me to go to the fucking bathroom who could have been my parents. I eventually said, guys, I said nobody, I'd have my first initial team meeting with my new teammates, and I'd say, listen, nobody's gonna ask me to do that. Just tell me you're leaving. I don't even want to know why.
Yeah.
Just tell me you're leaving. You'll come back. Don't abuse it. We'll be good. And once you know it, nobody. The young people abuse it. I'm not gonna lie. The young people abuse. I'm not gonna lie.
So what did you do? Were you
I
able
didn't do a
to
fucking
reel
thing.
it in, or
No, I didn't do it. You know why? Because they were producing. You know, a lot of this shit, like, it becomes like people start forgetting themselves. Like, they have all these titles and shit. So because you have a title, like, it becomes an ego thing. Like, oh, you were late and I can't tell you how many times I heard people say, I told you to be back here, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, y'all ain't my fucking kids, bro. So I always had the worst absenteeism. I always had the worst, what they call efficiency.
Kids don't even ask to use the bathroom. So it's
I
not
had
even
the
like
worst
treating them like kids. It's
yeah,
worse.
but I mean, think about our school system. It starts them off
Oh,
early.
I know. I
It starts
agree.
them off early. The school system teaches them to be nice, good capitalist cogs in the machine and shit.
No, they thought that through.
It's
Those
just
kids
evil.
don't move to the next thing till the bell rings.
It's just
they have to ask to use the bathroom.
It's absolutely evil.
They have
And
homework overtime. It's really crazy.
It's slavery, and for a religion that says that our Messiah came to proclaim liberty to the captives, you got to expand your mind as to what.
Yeah.
That's why it's important for me to explain to people what Old Testament slavery was in the main. I'm not trying to mount an apologetic argument. I'm trying to get people to see we're doing worse.
Yeah.
Average American, Forbes magazine says the average American dies $20,000 in debt. And we've got this great economic system. I keep hearing capitalism has risen people. Man, it's risen people. I agree.
A few.
It's also raised up an entire slave class of people.
Yep.
It's also it's as it rose people up from the bottom to the middle class, it also has risen up an entire slave class. That's a fact. And things like COVID and things like that make that obviously true and impossible to deny. It's just absolutely horrible. Shout out to the Wacky Tour. I haven't seen you in a while, buddy. Every time I hear songs like this, it's infuriating, but I love it. It's a 9.5 for me.
This one's a 10 for me. It was just
There
the
you
way
go.
that he did it, the emotion that he put into it, the lyrics themselves, where it went to. It's a 10.
And look, I don't believe that we have found the perfect economic system. I think there are serious problems with socialism, and I also believe I'm not Pollyannish about it. That human sinfulness is going to infiltrate every economic system we have, and so we got to find inventive ways for checks and balances to manage corruption.
Yeah.
But capitalism makes it so that you are encouraged to be as corrupt as you possibly can. And when you combine that with a democracy where you can buy off politicians, forget it. You're locked in forever.
You know what's even crazier? So in our biblical theology, you have, just because stuff is going bad for you, it doesn't mean that you've done something wrong. Like, it just could be the journey that God is bringing you on.
Right.
But what they teach a lot of times is that prosperity means that you're doing things that are right.
Correct.
So you could
Correct.
be walking all over these people, giving them barely no money, making these people suffer beneath you, but you're rich and you can look at it like God has prospered you.
Sadaqt.
But it's a lie. God is prospering you, but you're being a horrible steward of what he's given you.
It's unbelievable. Like, the rich are never, ever, ever turn out well in the New Testament. Never. No. God told a parable on a rich guy. He ends up in hell. Jesus tells another parable about a rich guy. He's like, oh, my business is going great. I'm going to turn down this barn and build bigger ones. I'm going to get more money. And then God shows up to him that night and says, I'm going to kill you today.
This night, your life is required of you.
Yeah, Jesus showed up. You silly as hell, bro. I'm going to take your life away from you. Then who's going to get all your shit? Like, but then American Christians take that and go, yup, capitalism is the best economic system. Okay. All right. Okay.
On that note, there
On
are
that
people,
note,
and we love the Christians. Moving right along.
Yeah. Yeah, those are our folks, so we love them.
But there definitely needs to be some change. All right, you guys, we're coming up with another song.
Hey, listen. The last thing I'll say about this is, like, America is flooded with more guns than people. So keep fucking with people. I'm not advocating for it, and I'm sure the bad guys would win, but there's going to be a lot of blood on the ground if we don't fix this shit. Period. I'm sorry, man, but
I thought you were bringing up that point to be like, look how terrible it is. We have more guns than people on this planet.
Nah, man, I'm just saying, like, it's unwise. And, you know, I've heard a couple of these, you know, quote, radical Marxists, and they're like, violence is the only answer. And I don't know.
What do you mean?
Well, because how do you... What motivation does a capitalist have to stop being this way to people, treating people like this?
Well, that's why he has to have a change inside of his heart. Because if you force people by the sword, it doesn't necessarily fix the problem.
Yeah, we ended slavery that way.
Well, I don't know. There was other places that were doing it without the sword.
I understand that.
So we could have done it without the sword.
I understand that, but America has again, our economic system is uniquely inhumane.
Nice.
I mean, think about it. Those guys over in England, they weren't hardcore capitalists.
Right.
It was the Americans who were capitalists.
Right, and we had a harder time.
So the English were able to get rid of the scourge of slavery without a big giant bloodletting episode, but we weren't. I don't agree with these people, and honestly, we would probably some of the people that they would target or whatever. So I'm not agreeing with it. But I'm just saying, in the context of being a Christian and understanding the concept of national judgment and taking the threats of the scripture seriously, again, for the millionth time, God has never threatened a nation because there's gay people in it.
Right.
God has never threatened a nation because gay people decided to get married. God has never threatened a nation because people who were born men start wearing dresses. He's never said, I'm going to fucking kill all of you for doing that. Mm-hmm. He has done that, though, for people who are not good to the orphan, the widow, the children, immigrants, people who mistreat immigrants, you know, like raping them at the border and then forcefully aborting and then forcefully giving these people hysterectomies. If you really believe there's a God in heaven and we treat people like that, then you should be surprised if you wake up tomorrow and there's not 100 million people dead because of bloodletting. The shit that we do to people.
Right. Yeah. Yikes.
On that bright note, we will see you on the other side of the break, dear listener. Vin out.
Sorry, out.
Gone. Fucking people. We shall return. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
Author and Punisher is next. In our magnificent seven stream. Author and Punisher Drone Carrying Dread in 2022, requested by the professional in need of money, Robert Vaughan as Lee.
Was it Robert Vaughn?
Yep, that's what it is, Vaughn.
Jeez, you're French. I mean, what is going
Babe,
on?
I've told you 100 times. They didn't teach me anything about it. Nothing.
I mean...
Oui. That means yes. That's all I know.
I mean, God almighty. I mean, good
I
night.
can't even say I love you in French. All right, for the song comments, knowing Vin's fondness for the Terminator film score and Sorry's fondness for Peter Steele's style vocals. Sorry, babe.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for a good chance to get this in front of you two since it came out early this year. Oh, okay. And this one, song number 3, is from Negative Vibes.
This is Negative Vibes?
Yep.
This is Negative Vibes is joined.
Negative
Okay.
Vibes picked this one.
Negative Vibed. Wacky Tour is more of an Ayn Rand capitalist. I get you, buddy. I get you. Trust me.
Shout out to Gershok.
Hey, you're rocking a Gershok shirt.
Damn.
Shout out to Gershok. I was actually talking to them a couple days ago. Hold on. Okay, what's the timestamp for this one? Because this is another like full record.
This is from starts right at the beginning and it goes to 8:15.
Okay, perfect.
8:15.
Okay. All right, guys.
Please don't ask me during the song.
Here we go. This is, what's the name of the author and Punisher?
Author and Punisher, Drone Carrying Dread.
Drone Carrying Dread. Let's do this shit. I like the way it starts off.
Punisher drone carrying dread.
This song is like a futuristic soundtrack type thingamajiggy. Mm-hmm. I think I saw a remake of a movie when I was thinking it was Blade Runner, I think was the name of the movie.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
I saw the was it? No, it wasn't Blade Runner. It was another one. It wasn't Blade Runner. It was something else. Because we saw one with that guy from the thingy, the guy that like he acts, but his face is always blank all the time. I forgot the guy's name.
yeah, I know you're talking.
You know what I'm talking about, right? That's the guy.
I do.
Like
I do.
He's a good actor, but like his like resting face is like damn. Okay, so the rail workers oust union president who backed the labor deal. Good. I think it's too little, too late, but we just talked about those guys actually in the previous recording. Okay. So Ryan Gosling, everybody knows this stuff. It's unbelievable. No, there was a Blade Runner. My first assignment when I got shipped out to.
That's exactly
Kentucky.
who I thought you were talking about.
Yeah, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's
Because that was the Blade Runner one was with him.
Must have been like 2012-ish is when I saw it. I don't know if it was Blade Runner. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
What's the point?
It doesn't matter. The point was it's like that futuristic, like neon light, like almost like this kind of background, like colors. We were talking about like the 80s and shit. Like this sounded like like perfect like soundtrack music. And it kind of stayed in the same place.
Yeah, it did. You're right. Yeah.
And, you know, that hurt it a little bit for me because, you know, I love the variation. I love the melody, but I felt like it wasn't going anywhere. It just camped out in the same place. That was kind of like the problem. But, okay. Laser light upon my head. Breath of air, you wind up dead. Razor wire, bloodborne fear. News of fire, a desperate year. Flash of light, we wake at dawn, streets ablaze.
Before you get right into it, I liked it. He did have a nice vocal style, and the baby's crying. I just have to tell you, when I went in there, Johan was in there and the baby was asleep, and I said something to him and I was talking too loudly. Johan told me to be quiet. You have to know, we are constantly telling Johan to be quiet, and he doesn't give a fuck. Now he has to get the baby to sleep. Now he's like, shh, mom, shh. All I did was talk at a regular. Anyway, it was a funny moment. But yeah, his vocal style. Yeah, I see where you were saying the kind of the Peter Steele sound to it. I did enjoy the sound of his voice. I'm with you on it staying the same throughout the whole thing. I would have liked it if in like the middle, I thought at the end they did kind of like stretch it out in a different sort of way that kind of gave you a different feel. But I was really hoping in the middle that he was going to do something like really freaking crazy that was going to make us feel kind of off our seats. But yeah, in the beginning when it was kind of building, before I realized that there wasn't like a real kickoff point in the song, I was like, this would actually be a fun song to do a cover to.
Oh. Yeah, I agree.
To do a cover, because to kind of like write your own lyrics and kind of do a thing with it. But that would just be like on a... You remember that night that I did that one song where it was like that night it was just like, okay, and then I just wrote something, and the next day I wrote something that's never happened for any sense.
Yeah.
There was a lot of pressure behind that one, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
You don't remember what you said?
Was it the rap one you did?
I was dragging my feet. This is what I do when it comes to musical stuff, art stuff. I'm dragging my feet on it, and you were like, all right, that's fine. I cringe
every time we play that commercial.
So do I. And I hope you don't hear it, but you do. Anyway, so I was dragging my feet on it, and you basically said, okay, we're going to put together the CD. If you have something, you can be in with us. If not, we won't. Oh, no. So then all of a sudden, I got this sudden burst of inspiration and got the song done. Sorry, babe.
You're actually not sorry. But
sorry, not sorry.
We continue.
Well, I'm sorry in the sense that it bothers you.
Right.
Oh, no. Okay, so what we're talking about, is this like the end of the world type of situation?
Well,
where drone,
literally...
Because the title says drone.
Yeah, what's up, Kai?
But
in the
at
house?
the end, they aimed for the engine and they jumped out as it was slow. They'll starve like the rest of us, begging and cold. So it kind of sounds like whoever did this was kind of like rolling up.
It says end times of the great abandon. So it's kind of like an apocalyptic sort of dystopian future. But it seems like they took down the top guys too. They're gonna starve just like the rest of us. Yeah, and I think this is kind of like a sci-fi type feeling because Negative Vibes was talking about this, like with the Terminator and the sci-fi type of theme. And we were just talking about this with in the sauna. We're talking about AI. And
my gosh, that's that was so weird. Yeah.
I don't believe we're ever gonna have AI that's like a self-conscious thinking agent. I don't believe that, because as I said, I believe that consciousness resides in the fifth dimension. So it's not something. It's like what Kastrup. It's like what Kastrup said. Like he said, if you create a computer program that tells you everything you want to know about the digestive system, do you think your computer will urinate?
Right.
And he laughs,
Right.
But Kastrup is an idealist, blah, blah, blah. But, like, I don't believe we're ever going to do that. But that doesn't mean that we can't get to really scary places with AI that we cannot control. You know what I'm saying?
Especially because even if you just look at it from like I guess you could say our world viewpoint, but like human beings, we start out, everybody always thinks that a baby is perfect and that they progressively get infiltrated with the sin of the world and they become, like a terrible 2-year-old.
Right. All of a sudden, this wonderful bundle of joy has now become the terrible.
Who the hell taught this child to bite? But anyway, so we don't believe that. We believe that kids are born with a sin nature, and that as they start recognizing the sinfulness within themselves, you help them work their way out of that. And kind of, give them...
you help them manage it.
Manage it, yeah.
Yeah.
Manage it's a better word. So anyway, shit, why was I saying that?
AI? How that relates to AI?
So, but what I was thinking was, if you, from the start, you have, like, human beings building AI. Like, I think that at first we might build it for the sake of helping humanity, maybe. But I don't know that it wouldn't take very long before somebody would program it for bad. You know what I mean? Like, these things are going to do what's within their programming. And so, I mean, I say that, but we already have drones, which is what the song is about. And it already, like, we've already programmed them for destruction, to destroying people.
Well, part of the terror of AI is that it doesn't have that, it doesn't have the image of God in the sense of the milk of human kindness. Like, so for example, World War II, I've told this story a bunch of times. It was, this American plane, it had been shot up, but it made it out of but it wasn't getting to American airspace. And then in the rear view, they see this German plane behind them, and they're just, it's clear that the vehicle was in distress, all the rest of it. And then the German pilot kind of like lines up next to them, and they're like looking at each other. And the German pilot escorted this American pilot into American airspace and then left. Then after the war, they both survived. They met each other. They met each other every year. And the American said, "I love this guy more than I love my brother."
That's so crazy.
And they're both dead now. But that's the terror of AI.
Is it doesn't have that.
It doesn't have that aspect. You know what I'm saying? It's just, see ya. Mm-hmm. And it's sort of this cold, impersonal. So like here, like you lift your head up and boom, you're dead. Like there's no like exceptions for women or children or anything like that. Like that's like the you've created this like massively efficient killing machine, which I put this up on Twitter, and it's amazing the things that don't make the news or like don't get into the national conversation. Like if I was a big conspiracy theorist, I'd say they engineered all this this social economic issues so that they could push all this stuff behind the table, because people don't care about UFOs. They don't care about any of that shit if they're trying to eat, bro. Mm-hmm. Like we can't go to Walmart. Like we go to Walmart for like let's get some grapes. We end up spending $100. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like nobody cares. But like in California right now, they have robotic police. Like they have these robots that have weapons on them that can legit kill you.
For real?
In California. Yeah, I tweeted about it. A couple people, Jimmy talked about it, but it's like,
well, that's weird.
People are so it's like, yo, we've got these robot killing machines. We got like these remote control cars. As a matter of fact, in Texas, I don't
understand what. Okay, go ahead. I got to know what they're doing.
Here's one. Well, they're killing people.
For what?
I'll explain to you in a second. In Texas, it was after Philando Castile. So Philando Castile got shot up, and this dude finally had enough of it. So he starts sniping these cops. Starts killing them. And the way that they got this dude was they sent one of these remote control thingamies in there to disable him, and then he resisted arrest till the end, and he ended up dead. Okay, fine, whatever. But situations like that, right? Like, but that's shit that happens in warfare. Like, we've had and we've used those kinds of machines to great effect in warfare. But now, as Middles pointed out, we've militarized the police, and so now, and like this shit is here. It's in America. It's used against American citizens, and people are just like, oh well, hey.
That
it's
they
like,
should be
whoa.
separate. The cops should be separate. Like this is kind of on off topic, but like there should be like I don't care if like we have like a militant branch of our government that is there for like when something gets like crazy toxic like that, but regular cops that are just going around to like give us tickets for speeding and blah 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 blah, like those people, like the majority of them that are like roaming around our city like sitting and hiding out so then they can catch you speeding and stuff like that, like all those people should not, like that branch should be, like where is it where they have like the batons, and it's not like there should be a bunch of those people that are there for the common good, and then just have like a branch for like when you have to call them. Like, if, somebody's shooting up the club or something like that, like,
well,
it will call in the guys that are trained for that. But like regular people, regular cops, like having all this power, having all these weapons, just mixing up tasers and guns.
It's not. Those are not regular. I mean, those are SWAT divisions, et cetera, that have those things, but.
Yeah, but if you have a branch that doesn't want stuff to get toxic, and they're there to help the people, like that, and they only have to call them
regular.
when it gets...
There's a difference between toxic and there's a guy that's got a superior position and is sniping and killing people. That's not a toxic situation. That's a.
Yeah, I brought up the club.
You know what I'm saying? Or
and
somebody
when I said toxic, I was actually talking about the cops.
Yeah, like we have a militarized police force. Is the point?
Yeah, and I'm saying we shouldn't.
Well, everybody's saying that we. Well, no. There's a whole bunch of people in the country that rightly understand what the actual role of police are, and they have no problem with it.
Right.
Which is to protect the interests of white supremacy and the rich, which is why you saw that picture of the guy getting the shit beat out of him with the American flag when they were doing the January 6th stuff, because that guy was stepping out of position. See what I'm saying? So, but yeah, man, that shit is crazy. But nobody's talking about it right now because, as I said, like we're all under economic duress right now. So folks are, but yeah, I mean that was the whole point of posse comitatus, things like that. But as David Koresh and the rest of those people displayed, like, dude, you're not gonna outgun the U.S. government. Mm-hmm. And whatever tactics and procedures that they use overseas for urban warfare, I a lot of the let's say it this way, I have heard that a lot of these government-sponsored paramilitary organizations do a lot of their work here. Like back in the day, people were like, oh, I saw black helicopters, blah blah blah, and everybody would laugh at you, But that's a fact. That's a fact. We've been doing drills here, alphabet groups, paramilitary alphabet groups. They all have them. CIA has the activity, NSA has. So, like, they've been doing this shit in America live with no, like, warning to the municipalities there, because you have to get it as real as possible. So,
wow.
Americans are kind of fine with us doing this shit to people overseas. Mm-hmm. And you kind of said it like, all right. But, like, the minute, like, the shit is happening to us, it's like, whoa, wait a second here. But yeah. So, like, it's no joke. We're in trouble. We're in a lot of trouble. What do you got? What do you got for this song?
So I'm gonna give this one. I'm gonna go with an 8.9. And I would have given it higher had it have had something crazy there in the middle. It just didn't get crazy enough for me. So 8.9.
Or variegate enough. Yeah. Yeah. It's an 8.8 for me. dystopian look into the future, and it doesn't appear that we're. It doesn't appear that we're. It's crazy because we have these movies like Terminator and things like that are almost like warning us, like, "Hey, this is a problem. Skynet, hello."
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's weird. There you are, dear listener. The moral of the story is, I don't know. It's too late. Vin out.
Sorry, out.
Go. All right, guys. We shall return. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at sorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
That's a no, Vinny. I'll check into that tomorrow. Blue October, Feel Again.
Oh, another Blue October song? Are you sure?
No, this is only, we only have one. What do you mean another? Why sing another?
I thought the previous song was a Blue October
No.
song.
That one was Author and Punisher.
Oh, sure.
Okay, Blue October, Feel Again, in parentheses it says Stay. This one was picked by Matt. Hopefully that was the name he wanted me to use. Oh, there's no write-up.
Oh, Any Man in America.
Requested by a drifter, Horst Buchholz as Chico.
Horst Buchholz as Chico.
Is it Buchholz?
They're going along with the Magnificent
Yeah, I know,
Seven
but I don't know
theme.
anything about the movie.
So
I've never seen it. I don't know anything about it.
All right, we continue.
So I'm just like reading, and it.
Blue October, Feel Again. And the name of the song is Stay. I need you,
Feel Again, Stay.
my sweet, to tell me what the timestamp is, because this is a whole.
Again?
This is another whole album.
Okay, this is gonna be from second 53 to 655.
Okay, from second.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna
That's Any Man in America, right? Is the entire album?
Any Man in America. Yep.
Okay, hold on. So second 53.
2 minutes 6:55.
Okay. So this is let this be background noise, dear
Listen,
listener.
I'm texting you, so if you can't remember it, check that text. Okay?
We've got 13 seconds left till the song takes off. Just enjoy it,
Yeah.
and then we will go. Here it is. Here's the song.
Oh.
See the sun go down on the river. I feel the wind blow out of state gray. I
feel the air around you, it's kinda closing in. Do you feel it fall, or do you feel at all? I can't.
Wow.
See the world keep moving as I stumble. They seem to move much faster than me. And while I sit in my four-cornered room, dividing homes for a little girl, well, I can't be anything but who I am. And I wish you'd stay. Well, that was the beginning of the two of us, the start of our show. Now I would never have let go. But I see the sun go up as your image, and I feel the weight of your eyes as you stare. Feel it all when you kissed my lips. You used to make me feel at home. You made me feel at home. You made me feel again. Oh, that's when you used to say, will you stay and not let go? That was just the two of us to think about the stars of our show. And you would say, I wish you'd stay, and I'd never go. Oh, I would never have let you go. So take this heart of mine. You've taken it 100,000 times. But this time I'm gonna take it with me. See the door close down behind you. I'll watch your face turn from glow to straight gray. See the moon go up and it shines this glory on my face. Wow. Who would know? Who would know? Who would know? Oh, we would stay, and we should stay and never go. Oh, no, there's us three of us to think about now. state. We shared state.
Damn.
Ouch.
That's deep.
I'm
Yep.
standing
I think it's a
on an
relationship
open
song.
You think?
I think that's a relationship song.
Yep, that's what it looked like to me. And you know me, I never think that, so.
Damn, that just hits you in the
Yep.
the heart, bro.
Yep, it did.
All right, what'd you think the song was about?
Break up.
I think it's a divorce. I don't think
Break up, divorce.
a breakup and a divorce are
It's
not the
over.
same thing.
It's over.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but a
no,
breakup
I
and a
hear you.
divorce are
You're
not the
right,
same
especially
thing.
how it's going to affect the kids and stuff.
Especially
so.
when there's a kid involved.
Yeah.
See, while I
Yeah, I
sit in my
agree, a
four-cornered
divorce.
room dividing hearts for our little girl. So, they had a kid together,
Mm-hmm.
but it looks like the relationship just couldn't work out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because she, at the end, he says, I see the door close down behind you. I watch your face turn from glow to straight gray. That's a brilliant line. I
Yeah,
see the
I
moon go
know.
up and it shines a glory on my face. Who will know? That's brilliant how he used nature as a metaphor. Because at the beginning, he said the sun was her image or something like that. Where did it go?
Oh, yeah, when she went up. Yeah, where was that? Right
Yeah,
there.
and I see the sun go up as your image, and I feel the weight of your eyes as you stare. So initially, she's like the sun.
Yep.
But then at the end of the relationship, then it talks about the moon shining glory on his face, all the rest of it.
Yeah.
As the big homie Dan knows, divorce is, yeah, I just, like, I came on kind of strong there. I'm not saying that people who are not married, who have breakups are not hurt, like it absolutely is. But when you take that next step to marry a person, like you're saying, like, it's different.
Yeah.
And so when a divorce happens, you're talking about
People don't walk into a marriage thinking that they're going to break up. Like when you
Right.
get into a relationship, you're kind of like, well, maybe this will work. Hopefully it does, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. But like a marriage is different. You have two people that are on the same page to say, hey, like she said, like from the beginning, he was saying like he wanted to keep it going.
Mm-hmm.
Not to let go, that they would, and I'm sure that they both were like that at the beginning, but then you can see as time progressed and stuff is not going well.
This band is crazy. I love that vocal style because
Yeah,
it's got
me
that
too.
like almost retro 80s vocal style,
Yeah.
like somebody said Phil Collins-ish.
Yes, I thought that too. Yep.
That was, man.
But you felt, I felt the pain of it. I felt like I was there. I got emotional. At first, I wasn't sure if the person was dying.
Yeah.
The way that he explained it, which obviously is, can feel like that. Divorces. But wow, what a beautiful way of writing that, right?
Yeah.
And when he said dividing hearts for our little girl, what do you think he meant? Like, because everything has to get split up because they're dividing up, they're leaving,
Yeah, everything
and then
is
the
getting
little girl
divided
is
up.
getting it.
And so it's like, okay, well, how are you going to divide this up? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh.
there's a lot of like, and Dan kind of knows about this. This is only a couple things I've shared, with him. But, when you're in a bad situation, when you got kids involved, like, especially as a dude, like, I'm like, you know what, man? You stay longer, like you extend things and I carried around probably a relationship that had been dead for probably 2 or 3 years, but I got, my only thing was the kids, it's like, what am I going to do with the kids and visitation and all this? Like, that was just something I'd rather have died than do.
Yeah.
But, situations got to a point where it was like, there were some serious mental health issues. And so she would just get up and leave. It was like ritualistic almost, like once a year. Like you just wake up, she'd be gone. Different state, whatever. There was like one Christmas where we were, driving around at 2 a.m. I locked our bedroom door. I told the kids, Mom's sleeping in there. She's sick, yada, yada, yada. Let's go for a drive. The entire time I was like looking for her. You know what I'm saying? Like it was that kind of type of situation. Like, and I was able to keep that whole side of it away from them, but then, the older they got, they started asking questions like, wait, mom's on a random vacation? Like, like literally, like we woke up, she's gone, and she just went to vacation without you, without us? They started asking questions. I told Shorty,
it started not making sense to them.
I told Shorty, I was like, look, man, like, as long as I can keep all the pain and trials and tribulation between me and you, and I'm carrying the pain, like, I'm good with that. But, you know, if you leave and the kids know you're leaving, that's it. I'm not doing that with them, because that's how I grew up, you know. It's like, he's gone, he's back, he's gone, he's back. We moved around all over the place, you know, because moving will solve the problem. And I was just like, if you do that, we're gone, because I'm not going to do that to the kids. Because that now that crosses a line between a me and you issue. Now you're getting them involved, and I'm not going to make them carry that. So she did that, and that was that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was, I said, I'm not chasing you if you do that. And she did it, so that was that, man. And it's crazy, because at the end of the day, she's still the one that, you know, sent the papers and all the rest of it. It was a crazy situation. It's a crazy situation, like, because now, you know, all of us we're cool. Like the three of us, your guys, you know, whatever. But yeah, man, that was a tough situation. It's hard to be like, you know, I don't know. You try to make shit work, and the shit doesn't work, man, and you got kids involved. And then you kind of, like, hit this point where it's like, yo, I invested all this time, like, how can you quit now? There's a whole bunch of shit that I used to, like, tell myself, you know, to stick it out for another year or whatever. It worked, you know? But what I didn't anticipate, like, I always thought to myself, it's going to get better, it's going to get better, it's going to get better. What I didn't anticipate is my kids getting older and her being in that same spot. And, you know, now, like, looking back, yeah, it's like me and Dan, you know, we had these wars, and we had these, you know, discussions. And, you know, one of the things I said is, like, you know, treat it like she died. And it doesn't mean like she's dead to me, but it's you, when a person dies, you allow yourself to go through a certain kind of a grieving process. You're allowed to grieve a certain way with a death that you're not allowed to grieve with a divorce. Right. Because people will say, well, just be with her then, and blah, blah, blah. They don't understand. Right. Like, especially when there's kids, like, you can't run your kids through the coals because you're trying to, you know, maintain some ideal or whatever, you know, like, I don't know.
Yeah, because sometimes it gets to a point where it's like, if you stay, that's worse for what it's going to do to the kids long term than if you go through with the divorce. Well, depending on where the situation is.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that was one of the major things with the kids, like, because, you know, everybody knows we've got a pretty open relationship, and there's no titles really in the house. So kids can say whatever's on their mind. So they were like, yo, you were irresponsible. You let this go on way too long. Why did you do that? Like, you let us get hurt by this person, like, way more than we should have had to, you know? And so, like, they needed to be able to say that, though, to me. You know what I'm saying? And if I had to do it over again, I probably still would have done it that way. Because, like, I had to have it in my head that I did everything possible. You know what I'm saying? Like, I some of it was, like, you know, how Christianity talks about marriages, especially American evangelicalism. But some of it was just, like, the nature of the relationship was always like a savior type relationship, distress savior sort of dynamic. And so it was like, I felt like I was giving up on her, abandoning her. Then the whole situation with her mom, there's just so many things where I was just like, you know, Bill Belichick is famous for, like, cutting players like a year too soon. Like, so he let Tom go probably a year too soon. If he would have, you know what I'm saying? Like, because he wins the Super Bowl the next, but the last 2 years he hasn't been doing pretty good. So he let Tom go a year too soon, literally. But I don't know. I don't know, like, I believe the song specifically about his wife leaving because he's always on tour. Yeah. When they married, there was 2 of them, then they had a kid, etc. Yeah. I mean, that's and you know, I got buddies like their career just made marriage impossible. Mm-hmm. Never. You know what I'm saying? The bright side of it was that she was aware of how kind of mentally off she was, and so there was no custody anything. Mm-hmm. Like to this moment, we don't have any. You know, I remember one time I was calling up a lawyer because I'm like, yo, what am I supposed to do? She sent me these papers, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, okay, how much you have to pay for how much are you anticipating paying for child support? I'm like, well, all the kids are with me. He's like, 100% of the time? I'm like, yeah. He's like, okay, then you need to get child support. And I'm like, nah, we ain't doing that. He's like, what? He hung up on me. He wouldn't rep me if I didn't get child support. He would just hung up the phone. He's like, if you don't do that, there's so many ways she can fuck you, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, but she's not like that. And he's like, oh, yeah, I've heard that before. He's like, this is not going to work.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy because that's what the lawyer said to you. The lawyer said to me when everything, oh, shoot, I forgot where I was going to go with that, but maybe there's
child
better.
Support.
Yeah, I know, but maybe it was something I shouldn't say.
Yeah. So, like, you know, so that I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that aspect. And like I said, it was tough sledding, but we've all figured out some semblance of, like, I don't want to say, like, oh, we're okay, hunky-dory, because, you know, like,
we're not. Like, we have, you know, it's still complicated. I mean, at the end of the day, it's your ex. She comes to our holidays, and we're doing that for the kids. Right. And, you know, and for her, honestly, I do it for her as well. But like the dynamics of the relationship are so extremely unique. Yeah. Because aside from that, you were also a caretaker for her. So it's a very unique situation that I don't think you couldn't even write a book or anything on it because it's just so unique. Yeah. But yeah, I think that it's taken all of us to work together to be able to get it so it's that good for the kids. Because from my vantage point, there was a lot of times where we all had conversations or whatever, and I would think to myself, if I was her, I don't know if I would have sat in that chair and listened to that whole conversation. That's a difficult conversation to have. You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
that's, you know. And, you know, she's one of the few times where, like, the self-help stuff was not bullshit. Like, she applied the self-help stuff, and she got a good kind of group of people around her to like encourage her and all that, and she has absolutely made some really amazing advancements.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Shout out to her. But absolutely. Yeah, it's a tough song. Tough song for sure. Anybody who's going through that or been through that, you know, I salute you. It's a silent count for me. Like that's how, like, it's like Dan said, like it's like a death. I mean, it really, really is, and in some ways, it's worse. So shout out to everybody that went through that. But yeah,
tough stuff.
It's difficult.
I'm actually giving this one a 10 because one, it was a relationship song. It had like that sad edge to it, which I always kind of find myself drawn to, and his voice is just really great, and I feel like that he captured the feelings like I think you've probably worked through your divorce more than I've worked through mine. I think I put mine somewhere in the back of my head where I don't even really look at it much. You've kind of worked through a lot of your stuff. I'm sure you still have plenty to work through, but I've seen you throughout the years. Like you would always like kind of face it. Like I remember way at the beginning of my divorce, I thought like you got to just cut everything cold, like, because how else are you going to go through with this? Like, this is extremely difficult thing to do. And even though it's, you know, at the time, I mean, now it seems more necessary than it did to me at the time. Because now I'm older, so I see where more of the things could have gone. But like divorce it's so hard. Like I just remember you saying like, it's okay to still say that you love that person, because for you to have loved somebody for X amount of years and then cut it off and you guys are divorced now, it's impractical to think that your love is just gonna, like, if love could do that'd be pretty, like, how significant was that love to begin with that you could shut it off cold like that? And that was like weird for me to hear you say, because I was like, he's telling me that it's okay if I still have feelings for my ex, which is insane. But it was like, I really felt like that you were caring for me as a person rather than how you felt about that. And I think that that information is necessary for anybody that's going through that, is just to say, you know, like, sometimes you have to, because of the nature of the relationship, you have to end it, but it doesn't mean that your heart in that moment completely changes toward that person. You just hate them and you're completely fine and you could just go on like they never existed. Everybody's relationships are different, and how that affects everybody is different. But the way that he captured it in this song, like, you felt the significance of their relationship, and you felt like the slow waning away of their relationship and the effect that it had. And then, you know, like, when he starts it out by talking about the sun and her rising and stuff, like, I see the sun as you go up as your image. And basically he's saying when the sun goes up, like, it reminds her, you know?
Yeah.
But then by the end, he's saying, like, as she walks out, the glow is gone and it's just gray and there's nothing in her eyes and stuff. And, like, that's... But he says, I wish you'd have stayed. And I'm not sure how I feel about that line, because I don't know why she left. And, like, I don't know. And I don't even know how he's saying it. But, like, I wish you would have stayed is him... To me, it sounds like he's putting it on her, that it's... Instead of, let's just say it was there, that he was gone on tour so much that it, like, completely killed their relationship, and she was begging him to come home, and it was some Tom Brady shit. If it's one of those, like, at the end of the song and after all that, he's not saying, I wish I would have prioritized my family more. I wish that I would have heard from you more. I wish I would have, you know, made some subtle changes or made some massive changes. Instead, he's saying, I wish you would have stayed. So I felt like at the end he was putting it all on her, and I don't know if it's all her. Like, I don't know if she just said, you know what, fuck this family, I'm leaving, and there wasn't really anything significant.
Yeah, I don't look at it as a blame statement. I just look at it as he wished she would have stayed.
Yeah, and maybe it was, like, written like that.
And you know, a lot of you know, we talked about purpose. Like, a lot of people, especially guys, they find so much of their purpose in their work. Mm-hmm. And a lot of their identity and who they are as people. I mean, I knew with my guys, I mean, that was their identity. Mm-hmm. You know, that was their identity, was the locus of all their value. Yeah, there were other things like, oh, the adrenaline and blah, 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 and I'm addicted to that. But it was really like, to be, whoa, you're 1% of 1% of 1%. Nobody could do what, you know, you do, and blah, 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 and you were born for this, and yada, yada. It's very hard. The woman is looking at it like, you don't want to be with us, you know, you're not prioritizing us, yada, yada, yada. When in reality, it's like, the dude's like, yo, my entire life I've been looking for this. Mm-hmm. And now you're telling me I got to give up the thing that I've been looking for my entire life for you. Can't you understand? Blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to do this forever, yada, yada, yada. And then the other thing with, I mean, guys generally won't say it, but when you have an ultimatum like that and you give up something like that before you're ready, it just breeds so much resentment to where the relationship would have ended anyway. Mm-hmm. Because the guy would be full of so much resentment, you know. So mm-hmm. I understand both perspectives of it. I really, really, really do. Shout out to BC. I really, really understand both perspectives on it. It's just tough, you know. It's tough, but you know. Good song.
Did I rate it?
Yeah, you gave it a 10. I give it a silent count. We have more songs to go, dear listener. Never you fail.
All
Vin
right.
out.
Sorry out.
Gone. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
Ah!
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Straight. So a person with the OCD that you... I'm surprised you allow that to continue.
Yeah, this is what happened. I bought clear tape that's double-sided, and I was going to tape it so it wouldn't keep moving. Well,
it's still kind of...
One of our children got into it. Well, look straight out here, but I can't see. What, this way?
Other way. A little bit more. That's good.
It doesn't stay there.
That's okay. It's better than last time. We'll figure it out next time.
Whoops.
Oh, look, problem solved.
Is it fixed?
Yeah, that's good enough. Come back to us.
I'm back. I'm here. Hi. Okay. Up next in our Magnificent 7 stream is Horn, A Hill to Die On. This was brought to us by, well, this would be song 5.
Yeah.
So it would be Middle Earth's pick.
This is for the big homie Middle Earth?
It's requested by the traumatized veteran Brad Dexter as Harry Luck.
What?
Remember, they're doing people from the Magnificent 7.
Yeah.
So maybe I wasn't even supposed to say it was middle. Maybe that was like telling who's under the costume. All right. Horn, A Hill to Die On. Train tracks. Wait a minute. Actually, that's the... I think that's actually the lyrics.
Those are the lyrics.
Yep.
I have the
So
lyrics.
there's nothing to say here.
Nothing to say here, dear listener. Shout out to the big homie Matt S for the horribly
review.
depressing song.
I enjoyed it. Shout out to...
We enjoyed it for sure.
Shout out to Middle for your emails today. Thanks for...
That's not the song. We got to fast forward. It was at the 23-minute mark or the 20-minute mark?
20 minutes and 41 seconds to 26:27.
All right,
I'm going
text
to
me
text
that,
it to you.
beautiful.
Oh, okay. Did that help?
Yeah, it did actually. Okay, so this is a Magnificent
I'll be your
7.
ace.
This is a 20 what now? 41 you said?
41 to 26.
Oh, we got it exactly. Let's do this shit.
That's
All right.
right.
You ready? Let go. Whoa, that was... What's the name of that band? Boop.
Horn. A Hill
Horn.
to Die On.
A Hill to Die On. You know, some of this stuff is like, you know, All Quiet in the Western Front still on the head. If you...
Still on the what?
All Quiet in the Western Front, that war movie that we saw. It's like,
yeah.
Private Ryan level realism relative to World War... I think it was World War One.
Which one was it? Is that the one that I was
Quiet
referencing
on
a
the
day
Western
ago?
Front. Is that 2 or 1? I'm pretty sure it was 1. But, you know, it just showed you the horror of trench warfare. Like, if you go through different epochs of time, there are definitely, like, wars and warfare that was more miserable than other brands of warfare.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Like, the current form of modern warfare is terrible. War is always going to be hell. But there were certain kinds of wars that are way more hellish than other kinds of wars.
Well, I don't know who it was. You listen to so much different stuff, but they were basically saying, I don't remember who it was. They were talking about, like, being in the control room and dropping stuff and how it just felt like a video game. You compare
100%.
that to where they're like, I don't know
100%.
which war movie it was. It was a Civil War one. And, like, the guys were all standing there and, like, this big cannonball comes flying and, like,
light them all
at
up.
the bottom of the guy's leg, and it's like...
But even
or
that,
like when they just really it's the trench. Is it the trench warfare? Remember when the people were lined up and they would just keep getting mowed down?
I mean, yeah, that was like the old school because they hadn't matched tactics with technology,
Right.
and some of that happened also in World War One.
I think chemical warfare also would be another really bad one.
The problem with trench warfare was you had guys that were stuck. They'd have these, you know, barbed wire things and things like that because when guys got close, you wanted to. You had dudes like I think it was
Stuck
C.S.
in
Lewis. C.S. Lewis one time was talking about. These are teenagers, 16, 17 years old, talking about one of his buddies that had got jammed up in one of those barbed wire thingamajiggies. And what would happen is like they had obviously a sniper on the other side, and the sniper would not kill him. So you had this kid that's injured screaming for his friends, and every time one of his friends would go to, you know, get him out, they caught one. So eventually
You just do a mercy kill.
it was basically the captain basically went over and dispatched the kid into eternity. You know what I'm saying? Because at first they're like, yo, we can't help him. And then everybody's hearing this kid yell for his mom, yell for this and that.
It's too
It's
much.
like, if you go to rescue
It's
this kid,
traumatizing.
I got to talk to your mom. No.
Yeah.
There was another one like They Will Never Grow Old is the name of and that one was World War II. And that's also on Netflix, and it was talking about these vets from World War II, and they had one last final charge, I think it was, and one of his guys was down, and basically he was really hurt, but he wasn't gonna die. So he talked about killing his friend, and then he said, you know, that hurt me, but I had to keep going, you know, and it was just like, damn, like. And then we have phrases like that, like, is that the hill you want to die on? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, that phrase is usually used for you are investing way too much in an issue that's not worth it. So the vast majority of the time, the hill to die on thing, it basically means, in the negative sense, you're investing way too much, whatever kind of capital, physical, emotional capital, whatever, to this thing. Like, there's no, and like, when I think about like how valuable and powerful that relationship is between child and parent, husband and wife, friend to friend, brother to brother, for that to be extinguished literally for a square of dirt.
Yeah.
I was listening to one of my, well, he wasn't my friend. He was basically our cousin, adjacent, whatever. Not like relationally, like we'll say corporately, organization wise. I was listening to him a couple days ago, and he was talking about getting jammed up in Afghanistan, and him having those anniversaries because his buddy he got hit with an RPG, and his buddy didn't make it, and he was talking about that anniversary, and he was like, they wouldn't want us to be upset and crying all the time and all this. And I'm like,
That is true.
Yo, for what, bro? Mm-hmm. I remember when I was 18, 9/11 happened or whatever. 16, whatever. I don't care how old it was, but that's not the point. I was talking to this guy, and he was a Vietnam vet, and he ended up in the psych ward with us. And I remember asking him, like, somebody said, like, there was another guy who was also an old school Vietnam. That dude, big dude, bigger than your dad, but his arm looked like he got into like a motorcycle accident or something, but it was really shit he was doing to himself.
Oh God.
And big dude, 6'3". It was like I'm probably I'd say, like, if I write a book, it's crazy, because one of our counselors was a Navy SEAL, and he was in. But now I understand why, because there's a lot of ex-military guys on that wing, and this guy had found a way to reconcile all the shit that he did and went through, and help these guys.
Yeah.
And so he was one of the, but the guy was an absolute maverick. I mean, he was horrible. Like, you remember Ed would be like, yeah, like, we were talking about fear, and like, my biggest fear is that, my body's going to betray me and I'm going to die. And the counselor goes, yeah, I mean, you got a bad kidney, man. You got a bad kidney. You had a stroke. You could die anytime. We were like, what the fuck? But that's kind of the dude he was. Like, he found a way to, like, make you face, like, ugly reality and not, like, freak out. But
I was thinking about that the other day. Like, wouldn't it be cool? Well, I don't know if it'd be cool. It would be difficult. But to have, like, a circle of people where everybody tried to speak the most truth to each other as possible. So, for the sake of
but he was
the
also
other people's...
a pro. Like, he knew what he was doing. And the other thing, too, is that he had the credibility because he had been through the shit, But anyway, it was this... guy, it was weird. This guy had straight white hair. The guy that he was talking, straight white hair, early 40s, but like, he looked young, but all of his hair. Anyway, he was just talking about Vietnam, and the shit that he went through, and then he said the hardest part is realizing that all my friends died for nothing. I killed all those people for no reason, and we're all looking at this guy to say, what are you going to say to that? Because, he was, he didn't say a fucking word, bro. He just stood there and looked at him, and I was just like, I don't know. It could have been 10 seconds, 11 seconds. It felt like 10 minutes to me. He said, oh, what are you going to do? Like, you have the rest of your life. He's like, so, you wasted people, and a couple of your friends got wasted. You're 40 years old. Are you going to waste the rest of your life? Mm-hmm. Or are you going to learn from that? And I was just like, what? Like, and it, it kind of made me like, what the fuck? Mm-hmm. And like, so I'm watching that yesterday. I'm like, damn, bro. For what? For what? Why were we over there for 20 fucking years?
Yeah. Yeah.
For what? You gave the shit back to Tally. And I don't care. I mean, eventually you're gonna have to give that shit back to the Tally. You had people up here saying all types of, oh, I'm embarrassed as an American, blah 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 blah. Like, it was all this like American jingoism, like, we're America, we don't run from whatever. It's like, that's not the point, man. Yeah. The point is, we spilled gallons of blood over there, American blood over there, bro. You had look, people are gonna disagree, I understand, but to me, you had some of the best human beings on the planet doing amazing exploits. And again, like, I understand, but some of the shit that those people did over there for their brothers, like, for what? Like, it's just the emptiness of this whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we used to talk like, World War II's Hitler, everything was clear. Like, these motherfuckers are trying to take over the world. Like, this is some cartoon shit. Like, this is a bad dude, bro. Mm-hmm. And I think that's one of the reasons why Americans are still so obsessed with saying Nazi this, Nazi that, it's because it's the last time that America was really engaged in a conflict where we were genuinely on the right side. Like, it was clear that America was on the right side.
Yeah,
Because after that, like, I mean, even Korea to a degree, definitely Vietnam, all the interdictions we've been involved in and all the rest of it, like, in our psyche, we know that we're wrong. But the Nazis, they were wrong and we were right. You know what I'm saying? Like, morally speaking. But it's tough to think about, like, and obviously I'm speaking as an American because, you know, it's even worse for the people of Afghanistan. Like, it's not even close. But obviously as an American, I'm always going to be, you know, you see what some of the, you know, the best war fighters at the peak of their game were doing, man. And also the courage and the bravery. And for all that to be about poppy fields and bullshit, man, is like, oh, it's unforgivable to me. It's unforgivable to me. So, like, they're talking about trench warfare here. I mean, God, everybody says war is hell, but, you know, there's sort of an arc where technology, like, makes war a little bit more humane. Like, okay, just fucking... Yep. But, man, that trench warfare was a nightmare. You had 16-year-old kids, like, running to certain death.
Yeah.
So much so that, and they were not like mutants. They were regular kids who had to be, I mean, literally it was like you blow a whistle and go. And then the guy was in the back with a pistol, and anybody that went back, he had to take him out. Like, you just had to do it. Like, oh man, it's just really sits and makes you think, like, okay, is that the hill you want to die on? But are any of those hills worth that kid? I was listening to one with Hardcore History where all these kids in the neighborhood decided to go to Doochie Hat together. And so they took them all, put them all in the same unit. Like 3 of them came back out of like 200. Like,
that is...
It's horrible, man. It's absolutely horrific. It's absolutely horrific. But, yeah, man, rest in peace to all of those. But just lyrically, I mean,
it's gonna be hard if you've lost a kid than to be around people that haven't lost a kid. But I think it's got to be worse if you've lost a kid and so has everyone else in the fucking neighborhood. Imagine the Christmas parties in the neighborhood, everybody is mourning. The whole neighborhood is different.
One thing about how the streets got quiet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
that's when I turned off the episode. I'm like, oh, shit's trash,
too much.
Bro.
It's trash. Yeah.
Like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, chain track sweep for the corridor, slopes and worms and soil unfirm. You know, like, bunkers of withered, supply trails sunken in the mud. I mean, geez, man, like, just regular shit. Like, oh, I got a flat tire. That's an inconvenience for us. It's like a death sentence for 20 people. You know, like, and it makes you. You know, you see movies like shows like Band of Brothers and all those other things. And, you know, there's an entire genre of war movies. And as I'm older, I look at those and I'm like cringing. I'm like, ugh. But when I was younger and watching that shit, there's nothing I wanted to be like, oh my, I remember watching the History Channel. People be out. I was in New York at the time. Like, And I that's when I discovered the Army Rangers. Like, before I heard of any SEAL shit. I never heard of, the guy next to me, our neighbor, when we moved up here, he was a SEAL, and I laughed at him. I'm like, is that like the Rangers? He was like, what? Well, I'll tell you what, as far as the basics of land warfare goes, give me a Ranger bat, please. Shout out to the SEALs, but as far as like actual like army shit, yeah, give me a Ranger bat. You get home. But like, I when I was young, like when I wanted to be like, yeah, you know. And I remember thinking to myself, yeah, like I'm prepped, like I'm in the streets, blah 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? Like I know how to. I've been tested already. You know, I have RL. That's how you say. I've been tested already. Like, you know, blah blah blah. And like to a degree you have, but it's, you know, now I look at it and I'm just straight up cringing.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to all the homies. Shout out to Scoots.
I do think something happened.
Rest in peace to Scoots.
Oh, yeah. I do think that something happens too as you age, because when you were young and watching those, it was people your age. Now that we're older, when we watch those, it's like people our kids' age. And when you see like boys our kids' age dying, it hits differently than people your own age when you were a teenager.
You know what's the craziest thing to me really about it? It's not even the kids. It's the fact that a lot of these guys are fathers.
Oh, I never even thought of the father
And
aspect.
some kid's going to have to hear some really bad fucking news, man. Like Adam Brown, like it was his last fucking deployment. It was his last op on his last deployment.
Come on.
You know, and those kids, you know, and it's crazy because, you know, one of his teammates went to his son and said, you know, blah blah blah, and his son said, "Are you gonna get those guys?" And they said, "Fuck yeah, we're getting those guys," and they did, and then all of them died in Extortion 16, 17, whatever. Rest in peace. It's just fucking war is terrible, and to some degree, like I love my country, like I love this country, bro, but to some degree, it's our, you know. The pain that all those people are feeling collectively is our collective judgment, because we're fucking around with the lives of people all over the world. And it's like, you cannot do that to people and not feel the pain. And we're feeling it. And until we wake the fuck up and stop playing around with this empire bullshit, the shit's going to continue. But as long as we're comfortable, we're fine. That's the American way. It's a 9 for me. Yeah, I didn't put the Rangers over the SEALs like overall.
Yeah.
But I'm just talking about like the basics of the Army shit, the land nav, the rucking, the there's some growth in my opinion. But what do I know? I'm a kid. All right. There you are, dear listener. We've got more coming for you. Testament is up next. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. Blah, 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 blah. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of Alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at sorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, a child shall lead them.
So buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Here we are. Stronghold by the band Testament. Shout out to Matt from Patreon. This song is for him.
No, sorry.
Oh.
You can't read my notes. Everything got really mixed up. But
okay.
They're straightened out in my head. Number 6 is Mojo. Put this one out. Because Matt did about Blue October.
Okay. So can you go
so
read
this
the
one
thing
is for the big homie Mojo. It's Testament Stronghold. Elected to the show and wait a minute, no, there's nothing to say. Oh, right here. Requested by the fortune seeker James Coburn as Britt, the knife expert. It's a cute way of doing this.
You know, this kind of makes me want to watch that.
Yeah, I agree.
That thingamajiggy.
I agree.
You know, there was one Western. It was with Kevin Costner, and it had the most badass line I've ever heard in my life. He said, "People are gonna die, and I'm gonna kill them." I was like, "Yo!"
Why have I heard that too?
Yeah, I've said that because that was Kevin. Shout out to Kevin Costner. But they were bad. See, that's the thing is that the people that he was about to dispatch.
Dances with Wolves?
No, it wasn't Dances with the Wolves. It was I think the name of the film was Open Range was the name of the film.
Because Kevin Costner plays in that one.
And yeah, it was these bullies, and they were horrible, and like they were doing all types of horrible shit. And he went to the girl. He basically said, "People are gonna die, and I'm gonna kill them." He told Shorty, like, stay inside, blah blah blah. I'm gonna light up these dudes, and then blah 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 blah.
That's it.
All right, guys, here we go. Testament, Stronghold. Let's
go.
Do it. Let's do it. Baby, this is metal, baby. All right, Stronghold.
What is the price you'll pay? No need to beg or borrow. Is there a better way? Will our children see tomorrow? Don't live for yesterday. So take the lead like follow. Forever holiday. We have the final say.
Talk that shit, brother minister. It's gonna be a full moon tonight. There's only like 4 people on the earth that know what that means. Literally 4 people, bro.
You know, when you said it, I thought of like the werewolf.
Shout out to the gang, huh?
I thought of a werewolf when you said it, but
yeah.
There's something else afoot here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is gonna be a controversial one.
Oh.
This is gonna be a very controversial one.
Okay.
Okay, so elected to the show and our freedom never knows. How is who and where to why we fail. Those who are in charge in controlling who we are when there's nothing we can even fucking do. Uprise, stronghold, fight for survival, fighting for your life, or fighting for the reptiles.
The snakes.
Well, you know, I don't know. I forgot the guy's name, but he believes that... I don't know if he believes it, but there's like snake people.
Right, yeah.
I wonder what Jacques Vallée thinks about that. Oh, it's a very interesting concept. But, you know, I think so I don't know if he's like nodding to that guy, like the reptilians. Like there's a whole... There's a whole race of like extraterrestrial beings and they look like reptilians, and that's where you get... You know, the talking snake from the Garden of Eden, blah, blah, blah. Of course, I don't really think the point there was a talking snake. I think it was more of a cherubim or a cherub or a seraph, but that's a completely different story. But the point is, like, these people really believe in these like reptilian beings who like shapeshift as humans, but like sometimes you can catch them off guard and they flash as reptilian because their cover's blown or whatever. Yes, David Icke, I think the guy's name is. Yeah, something like, shout out to Tribal Python. Yeah, the reptilian race that's infiltrated our government and the upper class elite. Yeah, so like, they're all reptilians.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I remember you telling me about
so
that.
So I don't know if, I don't know, but that's kind of like, you know, the QAnon kind of conspiracy world type situation. So we're fighting for the reptiles, freedom of speech, freedom of lies. They tell us what we want to hear. It happens all the time. I'm not sure that they're telling us what we want to hear. But I will say, man, like...
What do you mean? Are we talking about political leaders?
Yeah, they're talking about political leaders, like the upper class, the elite.
Yeah, but, well, they do that. They tell us what we want to hear. Otherwise, like... let's say, who was it? There was somebody that was just like, they realized that right now not everybody wants you. Like, they're going to tell you, if they think that you don't want to, you're not good with abortion, then they're going to present stuff that way. Just like, okay, forget it. I can't think of any for instances. But they do that. Like, they say it in a way that we want to hear it. They try to shy away from telling us what the actual truth is. When they're doing all their they make their political promises and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I think when you
want to hear those things.
Yeah, when you're running a campaign, yeah, they do that. Joe Biden, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, blah blah blah. That's true, but what I'm talking, like, nobody wanted to hear at the end of 2019 into 2020 or whatever COVID started. Nobody wanted to hear we're going to lock you down and we're going to make your 5-year-old wear masks at preschool or whatever. Nobody wanted to hear that. But what they did was, and this is a thing that blows my mind about the current political climate. These people have done such a good job at tribalizing people that people celebrate their own oppression. So these Twitter files come out, and we get it confirmed that the intelligence agencies and the U.S. government strongly suggested to suppress truth.
Oh.
The Hunter Biden laptop story was true. You had 50 plus former and current intelligence folks signing this letter saying this is Russian disinformation. Then you have Kayleigh McEnany. Nobody likes the Trump regime, whatever. Twitter suspended the press secretary of the United States of America for telling a true story.
That's a problem.
Then They suspended the New York Post, a news outlet, for telling the truth. And there are people that are saying, well, it resulted in a favorable thing for me because Biden got elected and not Trump, so that's okay. And nobody can think a step ahead and said,
what's next?
But if you open that door, what do you think it's just going to stay there? So now the people who all my life were talking about free speech and free press, all of them were on the left. I did not grow up hearing anything about free speech and free press from the right. I learned about it generally in school, but on the ground, the people that were fighting for it was like Bill Maher, all that shit. Like Bill Maher, I didn't know it at the time, but shaped a lot of my understanding of social politics because I used to stay up at night. He used to have this show, something with Bill Maher. It was on network TV every night, and then he said something about the troops being cowards or something, and it was too close to 9/11, and that was the end of him. But I'm like, yo, I would have never thought that people that identify with that side of the aisle would ever say, oh yeah, this was great that Twitter worked with the U.S. government and the fucking intelligence apparatus to stifle speech. Not only speech, but the fucking truth.
Yeah.
During an election.
Yeah, that's crazy.
For 4 years, we were hearing that the Russians and their troll farms completely shaped our elections. And it was all bullshit. But then when you actually had empirical data that says these guys did that in the middle of 20 days before the fucking election, people are fine with that. Because it was against somebody that they did I gotta tip my hat. This is the best psychological operation I've ever seen in my life. You let these people tribalize you. They made you hate Trump so much that you hated Trump more than you loved your own freedom.
That's crazy.
They got you all. They got you. I'm sorry. That's why, I make a point if I shoot Middle America and say, I was wrong here, I was wrong here. I say all the time, I was completely propagandized by the whole 9/11 situation, blah, 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 blah. The only people that were
you've said that multiple
times. The only people that were, trying to put the finger in the thing to make it so that we don't get flooded by was the left. It was the left were saying war is bad. The left were saying we're being propagandized. The left were saying, hey, can we look at this another way? Blah,
was
blah,
it a
blah,
very
blah, blah.
small left?
I mean, the Bates kids and all this. And at the time, you lip-wristed cowardice because you don't want to fight, you little pussy. Stay home. We'll take care of shit for you. And they're like, what are you talking about? Who in Iraq hurt us? What do you, this is, you trust the government? And now, those same people are saying, yeah, we're going to trust the government for something like COVID. And they had one message.
Wow, that's crazy.
And you have Harvard, Stanford, all of these super qualified people that, it was funny, Malone got bounced off Twitter a bunch of times. He got bounced off LinkedIn a bunch of times. And he said something that knocked me off my feet. He said, the people that suspended me weren't even qualified to critique my work. That's not him being a dick. It's just, it's not like there are, he was in a very, very specialized field.
That's true. That's really weird.
It was madness. And it's to this day, you have people who are good with that. I'm like, do you not see the implications of this? I ask people all the time, I'm like, okay, so let's say that in some crazy hellscape that this shadowy group of hardcore neo-fascists, because fascist was a big word with Trump. First of all, if Trump was really a fascist, you would not be able to say so. Those words actually mean something. But anyway, and look, I don't care about Trump, man. I don't care. I don't see much difference between Trump and Biden. Mm-hmm. I think we'd be in I don't think...
My grocery cart would be fuller.
The only thing that I think is different between Trump and Biden is that I do not believe that Mr. Putin would have done what he did if Trump was in office. I just don't.
That too. I agree.
He waited until he was sure that the January 6th shit wasn't going to work. It was like 2 or 3 weeks after January 6th. He's like, okay. Mm-hmm. But like, it's mind-boggling to me. So like, imagine, dear listeners, some hellscape where a cabal of right-wing neo-fascists took over Facebook and took over Twitter and then started shutting down everybody who said anything opposite. And started shutting down. And let's say Ron DeSantis is running for president, and we find there's like a real credible story where, yo, this dude has said that he's gonna destroy the Constitution or whatever, and these right wing crazy people shut it all down, and then they go along with the fascist Republican government that says 50 intelligence officers say that's completely untrue. He ain't gonna do that shit. I'm gonna lie to you. Like, would you be okay with that? If you open that door and there's not an outcry from the people, you don't think that's in the works with these people? It's mind-boggling to me. Like, these people are celebrating their own oppression. When you could do that to the fucking press secretary of the United States of America,
so crazy.
But again, like, it's our generation. I'm sorry, but we're so emotional. They're emotional. They're irrational. It's like, hey, I hate Trump. I've got this real emotional sort of disdain for Trump. And I want to, whatever happens, I want to see bad things. I don't care what law gets compromised. I don't care what principle gets. They got y'all. Mm-hmm. They got you hating this man. He ain't do nothing to you, bro. I asked a guy one time, it was like doing the election thing in Izzy, one of our contributors, she was a leftist, but she's like, I ain't voting for Biden, fuck that guy. And this guy jumped on, you're helping a fascist, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, bro, tell me what he has done to you.
Mm-hmm. What'd he say?
There's no answer. He was a run-of-the-mill Republican politician. He wasn't fucking doing he didn't pass any laws. He didn't pass the Patriot Act. There was no Verizon scandal. That happened during the Obama administration, by the way, the Verizon scandals, where you're spying on regular U.S. citizens it's just mind-boggling to me. It's absolutely mind-boggling to me. And then when you tell people, like, yo, your man over here, this is what they did. They go, and Trump is better? I didn't say anything about Trump! I said this specific principle, if we allow it to go on. But they've got everybody so programmed to only think in the duopoly. So you can't criticize Biden. They got to talk to you about Trump. Same thing with Trump supporters. You can't criticize Trump. They got us in this ridiculous duopoly so that and then they tell you, look, there's 2 teams. Choose a team. Mm-hmm. Jump on the team. And any criticism on this guy, whether it's true or not, and whether this guy is fucking you or not, you have got to bring up the other side. So you never, ever get a resolution.
Wow.
Because it's like, yo, this guy is doing this, and that. Well, what about your guys? It happens all the time on Middle America. I'm like, yo, this is really fucked up. They're like, Trump is any better? I'm like, I didn't say anything about Trump. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't say anything about. They got him. I tip my hat to it. I tip my hat to it. And now, look, man, this COVID shit. It's another thing I cannot understand. Like, you're supposed to take the data, and your logic and your reasoning is supposed to follow what the data says. Mm-hmm. Last year, the fucking CDC said we didn't release the vast majority of our clinical testings because we didn't want people to think certain things. It wasn't ready for prime time, and we didn't want the people to get the wrong impression. That is not your fucking job, CDC. So when you hear the CDC say that, you need to say, oh, I need to adjust my position. And I was just listening to this woman on Jimmy Dore. She was Levi's whatever. She was like at the top of Levi's. And
like the jeans?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she said... she started tweeting about stuff. I'm like, I don't know about this. Like, my kid, like there are massive harmful psychological ramifications of what we did to kids for the last 2 years. Okay, we've got videos of fucking preschoolers getting jammed up with masks on their face and shit, terrified out of their minds. until this woman started speaking out about it. Levi said, okay, you're gone. They fired her, and then they tried to make her sign an NDA for $1 million. She wouldn't do it. And so it's like, this is like oppressive, like this is not freedom. And and these people lied to us. The CDC did not give us the information.
Wait, they fired the teacher?
They fired. She was like a CFO or something for Levi's, and she was speaking out against it because of the effect that had happened on her kid and all the rest of it. They fired her for doing that, and then they tried to give her.
How can they do that?
Well,
that's freedom of speech.
Well, it's at will. You don't have freedom of speech for an employer. They can fire you for any reason you want. I fired bunches of people. Matter of fact, your speech will get you fucked up more quickly than anything else, because when you're on social media, you're representing our company. They have the right to do that. I'm just saying, like, you had people supporting that. You had some people supporting this woman getting fired, and they tried to give her $1 million NDA in her package to keep her quiet. She wouldn't take the money.
Good for her.
Like,
because she wants to speak out against it.
This shit is crazy. Like, we're in a lot of fucking trouble. And again, it's young people, a lot of millennials that do not understand what actual oppression is. They don't understand, you know, and like I said, these people are brilliant. They kept using the term fascist, Nazi, all the rest of it, to the point where it really has lost its power. And that's why now you say, hey, these people in Ukraine, like, there's a real problem over there. Oh, it's like, what? Like, the millennial mind right now is completely, it's literally a slave to what's going on in the zeitgeist. Like, we are not able to think at all. All we can think about are tribal divisions.
Yep. It is weird, like with like the Nazi thing, when you were pointing that all out, and you could see, like, in the pictures. Remember, they took a picture, and it just so happened they had the symbol in the background, like on the girls' uniforms and stuff.
Yeah, it was Women's Day. It was Global Women's Day, and they're like, look at all these beautiful women in Ukraine. The girl had the SS symbol on her.
She had the Nazi symbol right on her shirt, and like, if Trump would have been standing in front of that, or would have had that on his shirt, everybody would have picked up on it.
100%.
Like, all the Trump, everybody would have. You know what I mean?
They got it.
Right, but because it wasn't Trump and it was the Ukrainian women,
it was the people the media told you to.
Right.
It was the people that the media told you were good.
Right. So then we just completely overlooked it, and you can just see, even when it became obvious that that's what was going on, people were still like,
Yeah.
Nobody
they
I
immediately.
didn't see one post about anybody.
Yeah, they immediately they'll excuse. We had it in Middle America. We had the guy in the float, the Ukrainian "Sit Back Here" song, and there's a guy doing the what the
right.
Ukrainians kicked out CNN and Reuters for posting it.
What is going on?
It's like they keep
said, no, the guy, he was hailing a cab.
Yeah, he was hailing. I didn't say it. Somebody else said it. He was hailing a cab. He was like, hey, cab, hey.
Right?
And
that's what happened.
The same people that for 4 years were talking about Nazis, they were finding Nazis under every rock. Trump would say it's a good day today. They'd be like, oh my God, this is a dog whistle for Nazis.
Yeah.
Those same, and they fell for it every single time. That's the thing. I messaged somebody privately one time. I'm like, you do realize that all the posts from 2017 or whatever are saved on this forum? You don't remember the shit that's the thing. And like, they use our ego. People don't want to say they're wrong because people came out and said such, like, forceful things about Trump. Mm-hmm. So now they don't want to admit that they're wrong. Mm-hmm. You know, they said forceful things about COVID. They don't want to admit that they're wrong. It's like, man, come on, bro. Man, we're in a lot of trouble. We're in a lot of trouble. People, like, listen, man, anytime, let me tell you something. And I was saying this even during COVID. I said, guys, I said, I support the lockdown on a voluntary basis. So if the government tells me to do that, I'm going to do my best to support that. But I said, we can't cross the line and mandate it, because if you give that government power, they're never going to take it back. What did I used to say? I say, remember the Patriot Act?
Yeah, you did.
Remember the Patriot Act? How we had this national emergency, and then the government used it to take back our rights, and then they didn't give them back to us. They didn't repeal the Patriot Act. I'm like, none of y'all are worried about Islamic terrorism anymore. So why are we talking about the Patriot Act? It's still there. We're still doing the molesting thing at the fucking airport. That's still happening. So if we allow them to codify some sort of lockdown powers, what the fuck do you... So And like I said, I was still more on the stay inside, blah 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 blah. But I was just saying, as a principle, we shouldn't do that. But man, we are in a lot of trouble. We're in a lot of trouble because this song is complaining about how people are twisting the truth. But now we're in a situation where people know that they were lied to and do not care because they're so emotionally married to this idea of Donald Trump is the locus of all that's wrong in the world.
That's it. You're right. They got us. That's exactly.
They depersonalized Donald Trump and used him to be the bucket, and everything that is wrong in your life, they poured that shit into you. You could ventilate all your hatred against this man and feel like you're doing something. And now they got us. Now you got people that are pro censorship. You got people that are for censorship and for government lies. Before, they used to have to cover it up. This is explicit. We've got emails from fucking U.S. Ro Khanna saying, whoa, we got a problem here. Ro Khanna saying, yo, there's a First Amendment issue here. And then on the media, they're like, this is a nothing burger. Okay. All right, I'm telling you, you're not going to find out that you were wrong until it's too late.
Oh my gosh.
You're going to turn around and like the real actual fascists are going to show up. Real fascists. Real Nazis are going to show up and take the helm of all of these social media companies. You watch. Because I keep telling people, there's not a lot of leftist billionaires. and our generation is so silly, like we don't know how to strategize. So now our group demonizes anybody that gets to be a billionaire.
Right.
So now you're going to demonize every billionaire. Great. Unfortunately, billionaires hold all the power. And they always drift right for obvious reasons. So put that together in a soup and see what America looks like in 10 years when you yourself are the ones that supported government intervention into private companies and all the rest of it. So using a private company by proxy to be a propaganda and a censorship outlet. Nobody's thinking about the chess moves. Like, nobody's thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead.
Right, exactly.
So anyway, there you go. We're doomed. I like the song. Thrash metal. I'm going to give this a 9.4.
This is a 9.2 for me.
We've got one more song coming for you beautiful people. I know we went a little long today, but it is what it is. We got a commercial break. We shall be right back. Let's go. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, a child shall lead them.
So buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Unfortunately,
Oh my goodness, babe.
we have reached the end,
We have,
my friends.
but we still have one more song. Requested by the young, hot-blooded, shoot as Charles Bronson as Bernardo O'Reilly. I think I read that one all the words correctly.
There you go, Charles Bronson.
Arch
Tote steel
enemy.
like Bronson, vigilante. You want to get on, son? You need to ask me. Ain't no other king to this rap thing. They siblings, nothing but my children. One shot, they disappearing. It's ill when MCs used to be on cruddy shit. Took home, ready to die. Listen, study shit. Now you on that money shit. Successful out the blue. You lightweight. Fragile, my Mac Millie make the light shake. That's why my money's never funny. And you still recoup it. Stupid. Okay, go ahead.
Revo.
By who?
Revo.
Why are you saying it like that?
Because he's... What do you mean?
You're like, this one was picked by Revo.
I said our Revo. Like our.
Oh,
like,
our
yeah,
Revo.
Yeah, like, yeah,
our
Revo.
Revo.
Our
Yes.
Revo.
Yes. I agree. Okay.
Because he usually has his stream, and this one he's like jumping in the end. We're like, hey! Like a little high.
Revo saved the best for last, inshallah. Okay, guys.
ArchEnemy, the Watcher.
The Watcher. Let's do this shit. These guys had the lyrics on every single song.
Yep.
Not saying everybody has to do that, but if you did do such a thing, then
we'd greatly appreciate it.
Be gratefully appreciated. All right, guys, here we go. ArchEnemy, the Watcher.
The Watcher.
Let's do this shit. Let's do this shit. if anybody knows that setting on guitar, this one right here, that setting, I'm assuming that's a guitar through some sort of distortion or effects pedal, and that's not just plain old synth. If anybody knows what that setting is, please let me know.
You
Come
liked
on
it a
down.
lot? So did I.
I would abuse the hell out of that setting. You know how I get down.
It's the way that they did it too. It made it feel like, you know, the tilt-a-whirl when we were kids.
Yes.
It felt like one of those was slowing down.
Okay, so lyrically, this song is really interesting.
Yeah,
because
it is.
did you hear that part right there with the flood? Mm-hmm. And then it says offspring of divine regret. Like this is more Genesis 6 Shemyaza shit.
Yeah,
okay.
it is.
Okay, so just let me set the table here.
Yeah.
Okay? Because what these people are talking. And what can I do?
I know. Listen.
Nothing can be done.
We didn't pick this song.
Okay. So first of all, I'm not look, it literally says Nephilim right there.
Oh, really?
Writhing with the Nephilim,
yeah.
behold the fire and flood. Okay, so here's the story. I'm going to try to this is funny because I knew that Jacques Vallée was going to come up in one of these reviews. I knew it. Okay, so here's the story. You've got it's funny, like people have heard of Anunnaki, so that's pretty interesting. So look, in pretty much every major people group going back into the ancient world, all of them have some story of divine beings who came down to earth, cohabited with women, etc. And the vast majority of them, especially in the ancient Near East, the offspring of those unions were what we would consider heroes. So, perfect example would be Hercules, right? Zeus looks down, sees Shorty. She's very beautiful. He comes down, does whatever, and then boom, here's Hercules, and he's a giant, extra human strength, and he's looked upon as a hero.
So that was like a god with a human.
He's a demigod, right? So in Genesis chapter 6, it says, "It came to pass that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair," and it says, and they went down and took all of whom they chose. And so the vast majority of 100% of the Jewish interpretation was these are what you would call B'nai Elohim, or people use the term angel for shorthand, but angels are really like the mailmen of heaven. They're not necessarily. But B'nai Elohim, or sons of God, are a different species of divine being who has jurisdiction over regions of the earth. Okay, so you get to the book of Daniel. There's a guy named the Prince of Persia. He's a supernatural divine being. He's a god. You can call him a god with a little g. The Bible calls them gods. And they have that guy's jurisdiction was Persia, and then there was another guy whose jurisdiction was Greece. And so their job was to, and there are different species in us. Their job was to basically guide humanity, show us the ropes, show us how to do the wheel and all the rest of it, and then guide us to God, right? But what they did was they took the worship for themselves. Well, one of these groups of people, headed by this guy named Shemyaza, which is really interesting because Behemoth references Shemyaza on a multitude of occasions. So Shemyaza says, "Yo, look at that girl. She's got a really very nice physique. Let's go down there." And they're like, "I don't know, bro. Like, I feel like that's against the rules." Shemyaza's like, "Come on, look at Shorty, come on." And they said, "All right, if we're going to do this, all of us have to commit to doing this at the same time." So they all touch down on Mount Hermon, and they cohabit with these women, and then boom, out come.
Did they really say at the same time we all have to go down there?
Yeah, it's in the Book of Enoch. They
That's
basically had to
interesting.
covenant with one another in order to
Yeah.
do this, because they're like, "Yo, I'm not getting in trouble by myself."
Yeah.
So they go down there, they cohabit with these women, and then sure enough, the offspring of these women are giants and all the rest of it. However, the biblical narrative twists it and says these guys basically, and then when you get to the Enochian literature, they were universally all bad. So they were giants, they were very aggressive, they were cannibalistic, and then Enoch says they taught us things like warfare and killing, and then it says he taught the women how to do makeup and all the rest of it.
Oh no.
And you know how dangerous that shit is. And so So then what happens is Michael goes, yo, I'm about to kill these people. So God says, yeah, do whatever you want with them. So Michael gets a bunch of his crew and they go down there and kill them all, right? And the being, Shemyaz and his boys, they end up in this place called the lowest regions of hell. In the New Testament, it's translated as Tartarus in 1 Peter. So, gloomy. We know where it says gloomy dungeons. In the word is actually Tartarus, okay, which is a Greek idea, actually. It's where you put the Titans and all the rest. But anyway, so the angels that went down, well, we should call them angels. The angels that went down and did the dirty with the women, they ended up in Tartarus, but they could still see what's going on in this dimension. So then they say, okay, we're bad, we suck, we understand. Please let us out. We're sorry. So they go to Enoch and they say, listen, Enoch, we're in here, Tartarus. This sucks. We want our place back.
How did they access Enoch?
Because Enoch was able to go to all these places. God and the angels would take him to, whatever. So anyway, so they go to Enoch. They say, yo, bro, you got to help us out. Do us a solid. Go to Yahweh. Ask him to help us out. We're sorry. We shouldn't have done that. Meanwhile, all these giants or whatever. By the way, the offspring of the angels and the women are called Nephilim. Okay, which means those who are fallen, the fallen ones, right? So you actually see the term Nephilim right there, writhing with the Nephilim right there. Okay, so Enoch goes to God and says, "Hey, the angels that went and did that, they're really sorry. They know their kids, the Nephilim, are causing all this havoc on the earth. We're very, very sorry for teaching the girls how to do makeup and shake their bums. We're very, very sorry for teaching the guys how to do jihad. Please forgive us." And then God says to Enoch, go back and tell them, not only am I not going to forgive you, I'm going to fucking kill your kids right in front of you. Right? And that is the Enochian explanation, the book of Enoch, the explanation of why the flood happened. Okay? The flood happened in Enoch because to get rid of these, of the Nephilim and get rid of everybody who followed the Nephilim, because the Nephilim were spreading violence and chaos and sexual whatever all over the world. Okay? And so God says, hell no, I'm not forgiving y'all. Y'all are donezo. And on top of that, I'm going to kill your kids right in front of you. So the flood happens. All the Nephilim die, obviously. Then the question is, okay, what happens to the disembodied spirits of these Nephilim? Because they're not completely angel, but they're not completely human. What happens to them? And then in the New Testament and in the intertestamental period, the answer is, well, those are what we call demons. So a lot of people mistakenly say that all demons are fallen angels. The New Testament never says that demons are fallen angels. That all the New Testament does is they call them unclean spirits. That's all it says. And so it's the explanation for why these beings in the New Testament have an obsession with being embodied. So this guy's in the there's a guy in the Gadarenes. Jesus heals him, exorcises the demon, and then the demons say, well, let us go into the pigs then, because they're obsessed with being embodied, because that's what they were before. Anyway, that's the context. Now look at these lyrics, okay? Born to a flock of animosity, to be judged, to be shamed, no rights and no dignity, beneath the eye of disdain, where the watcher sees the wicked, we compel. Okay, so another term for B'nai Elohim are watchers. You actually find this in Daniel chapter 2, where it says, he's going to have, Nebuchadnezzar is going to have this happen to him and this happen to him.
From the decree of the watchers.
It says this is from the decree of watchers, so that all the world may know that Yahweh is God, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah.
Okay, so the watchers and the B'nai Elohim, it's the same idea. Okay, so look, it says, where the watcher sees the wicked, we compel, offspring of divine regret. See? Because when the flood was happening, they would regret what happened. They would regret that what they did because they had to see their kids die, right? Shout out to AT. If you want disembodied entities, try DMT, not demonology. Well, you'll probably run into demons or you'll probably run into B'nai Elohim or watchers. Most of the people that are talking about these entities that they run into, I believe that they actually have ontology in the world, and they're probably not good. We continue. Offspring of divine regret, condemn thy daughters of death, because that would be the women that cohabited with the watchers. Although I will say, in defense of the women, it does not say that the women were seduced or that the women whatever. It says they took all that they chose. So all the autonomy is going in one direction here in the Genesis narrative. So Gripping the face of the earth, return to dirt under the eye. Don't fear the Watcher, sentinel from the skies above. The rebel angel sees through all of us. Beware the Watcher. The earth is erased in flood. The rebel angel laughs and falls at last. That would probably most likely be a reference to Shemyaza. Aberrant Fox says, I'm an Azazel apologist. Not that I believe in the being, but I like to use him allegorically. Very interesting. Shout out to the big homie, Aberrant Fox. Never seen you before. Good to see you, buddy. Does the observer make reality? Does the gaze activate quantum complicity beyond the pyre and the pain where we jettison body and brain? Okay, that's talking about quantum mechanics, right? So in quantum physics, you had the big experiments where the particle doesn't do anything until it's observed.
Yeah.
And the measurements don't happen until we observe them. And so there's this whole question of, okay, then there's got to be an ultimate observer, because how is the universe being held together then, right? There are some holes with that ideology, but that's basically the idea, that what we call reality and particles and things like that only, quote, appear or exist when we observe them at the quantum level, okay? To the point where guys like Don Hoffman, Kastrup, etc. will tell you that the moon doesn't exist until you look at it. So there's no real moon there.
Yeah, I know.
It just
like
exists
a bizarre...
when you look at it, and just, whatever.
Yeah.
So that's what they're talking about here. Does the observer make reality? Okay. I think some of what we're wrestling with here is like, who gets to determine ultimate reality? And obviously, whoever determines that is also the one that gets to determine right or wrong and make all the rules, essentially. Offspring of divine regret, condemn thy daughters of death, gripping the face of the earth, return to dirt under the eye. Don't fear the Watcher, sentinel from the skies above, etc., etc., etc. Then it says, writhing with the Nephilim, behold fire and flood.
Yeah. Which
again, the flood was there in Enochian theology in order to clear the world of these Nephilim. And then it says, "Don't fear the Watcher." It just keeps repeating it, and then it's over. So that's that's what the song was about. Yeah, and one in the Book of Enoch, one of them survived and hung on to the ark and survived the flood. Yeah, that's so that they could explain why in post-Diluvian literature you still had Nephilim.
Yeah.
Right, because it says there were Nephilim in those days and after.
Yep.
And it's obvious to me, at least, that Goliath was a descendant of those things. A lot of, like, Michael Heiser says, and I'm like inclined to disagree with this just on whatever, but Michael Heiser says a lot of the conquest narratives where it's like kill everybody, kill everything, Heiser says, look, those are all Nephilim tribes. So they were not completely human.
Oh, interesting.
They were not completely human. He's not talking about like massacring, human beings. He's like, that's why once the land was cleared of them, there is no, now do this to the Babylonians, do this to the Assyrians. It was that specific group of people, because those are all Nephilim tribes. That's Heiser's argument. I think that's an argument that's born out of wanting to defend God from the charge of genocide. Because I'm like, really, all the Nephilim kind of hung out in the Middle East? There are no Nephilim in America. There's no Nephilim anywhere. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
I think there's a much more practical way to explain that, which is to say, in the ancient world, if you had a decisive victory, you would say things like, we destroyed all of their seed, not one of them was left alive, when there's literally like thousands of these people still there. It's just you had a definitive victory. That's what it means. But when you impress that upon the modern world, where you actually have the ability to literally wipe out a whole group of people in a very quick period of time, those things get, but yeah. So like, I don't go along with Heiser's statement that most of the conquest narratives were about eliminating the Nephilim. But I mean, that had something to do with it. Here's David. No such things as demons in real life. They do make for interesting fiction, though. I don't know, bro. I don't know how you know that, David. It's just weird to me, like, people say things like, what are you talking about? We don't even know it's at the bottom of the ocean. I was just listening to a guy, and I thought the count was about 11 dimensions. I just got done listening to a guy who's massively credentialed, talking about 1 trillion dimensions. it's amazing. Like, no disrespect, but it's mind-boggling to me that the human family, there isn't one society that does not have interface or interactions with extra-dimensional beings. I say they're extra-dimensional. Other people say they're extraterrestrial. Every single you got pyramids to gods in the Americas and in Egypt. Okay. But you got modernists say there's no such thing. Okay. All right. Look.
And it's funny too when people say that there's no this or there's no that, because there's so few things that each of us can actually know experientially. Most of what we know is just what we've been told. So it's like, okay, maybe you just haven't been told it yet. Like, maybe we don't understand it because it hasn't been studied out yet. Like, there's so many things, you know what I mean? But like, for us to sit here and be like, this is not possible or this cannot happen, it's like, well, who are any of us? Like, what credentials do we have? What study have we actually done into this topic?
Well, it's we're doing the Jacques Vallée book, and it's so fascinating looking at Jacques Vallée, because Jacques Vallée does not believe that what we call the UFO, or currently the UAP phenomena, unidentified aerial, he doesn't believe that these are interplanetary beings. He believes that they're extra-dimensional beings. Jacques Vallée is the guy relative to, you look at any of these guys, Christopher Mellon, like all these top-tier technological folks in the U.S. government that are talking to us about UAPs, all of them defer to Jacques Vallée. Okay? So Jacques Vallée, Chris Mellon, all the rest of these guys, they hold to the Avi Loeb. Avi Loeb is another one. Avi Loeb is I think he's Harvard. When he's talking about Oumuamua, he thinks that it wasn't just a rock mass, it was an actual ship. This guy, Avi Loeb, I mean, he's another amazingly credentialed guy. I mean, so now because of what happened with the New York Times in 2017, now you've got people who are coming out of the woodwork who
what
are...
did you call it?
Oumuamua.
Amua?
It's AMOU. You would find it better just typing in Avi Loeb. AVILOEB is his last name. LOEB. So, like, the stuff that these guys are talking about, all of them are starting with the assumption that they're interplanetary. But they all defer to Jacques Vallée. All of them. Chris Mellon, all these guys. So it's like, Jacques Vallée is like, yo, what he does is he says, he connects the template of UFO experiences to what people call spiritual experiences. And that to me is some of the most brilliant.
Yes.
So for example, the one that's most accessible to people would be the miracle of the sun with Mary at Fatima.
Yeah.
So this is documented. There are pictures. There are literally hundreds of eyewitnesses. There are news outlets that were there. You had these three kids. They claimed to have all these apparitions of Mary, and then Mary said, I'm going to do a big one and bring all your friends. And they all showed up, and all of them say, every eyewitness saw this, that the sun began to dance in the sky, and then it basically started descending toward the earth. Everybody started screaming because they thought it was over for them. And then the sun went back into the sky, and then everything went back to normal. But the entire ground around everybody was dry as a bone, and it had been raining that day heavy. But everybody around that area was dry as a bone. And so he connects that to UFO experiences. He says, look, obviously these people did not see the sun dancing around the sky. Okay? But these are primitive people. Well, they're not primitive people. This was like type in Miracle of the Sun, Fatima. These are not scientifically, astute people. They don't understand what a UFO is or whatever. But 1917 is when it happened. 1917 is that. So like it's an unbelievable miracle, but what Jacques Vallée says is like, look, this is a UAP UFO encounter, but those beings, whatever those beings are or were, understand the religious archetypal templates that we have, and so use those templates in order to get their message across. Because actually the messaging in Fatima was about coming world wars and all that shit that actually came true. And so he's saying,
there was
look,
a message given?
Oh yeah, there are multiple messages given, from these girls, 100%. They were warning about wars, all that shit, and a lot of that shit came true, like almost to the letter. So I can't believe you didn't know that you have a Catholic background. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but the thing is, the
Go ahead.
conversation stopped for me because my grandfather would bring it up, and my non-Catholic family was uncomfortable with the topic.
Yeah.
So it was always like this, like, weird, and then you, like, I felt uncomfortable because I was like, you know, part of me is thinking my grandfather is a lunatic because we've heard from these other people that this is not true, this didn't happen, and here my grandfather is walking around with a shirt with, like, this apparition on it and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we never actually dug into it to actually hear the details of what.
Yeah, I mean, she predicted World War I, predicted World War II. But again, like,
Really?
and like, it's unbelievable. Like, everybody.
How did she hear it? She heard it audibly or like telepathically?
Yeah, everybody saw this miracle. Like it's there, it's documented. But they said, "Oh, this is the Virgin Mary and the Son," and he's saying, "No, that's not what happened. It was these are interdimensional beings that understand what our templates are and are operating from those templates."
Well, yeah, especially if you said that, like, they're doing it for a reason, and maybe the reason is because they wanted to gain access to the people. And when they got up there and they did, like, this dancing sun thing, everybody was, like, in awe. When they started to approach closer and people freaked out, then they disappear. Maybe they misunderstood, like, because they came in that form, thought they were going to be able to be accepted, but then once they started acting a little bit different.
This is an actual picture. You could see hundreds of people. They're all looking in that direction. And you got this one girl here that's like terrified and is looking away.
And this kid looking at the ground.
Yeah, like people were absolutely terrified. Absolutely terrified. And so the point is I'm really there with him. Like the dichotomy between the spiritual world and science, like, is I don't. The more I look into science, the more I'm like, well, if you would have gotten, you know, if you would have explained aerotechnology to a person 700 years ago, they'd have put you in a funny farm.
For sure.
They'd have been like, oh, you found a way to defy gravity and travel?
Yeah, right.
Really? Mm-hmm. And if I would have been able to show you an airplane, you would have been like, holy shit, this is witchcraft, this is whatever. Right? So, like, my point is, like, the more that we begin to understand the actual world around us, the more we begin to understand things at the quantum level, which start to tell us, look, things are not what they seem like. And you have every society that has interface with these beings. Every single one of, and the book is incredible because it shows you, like, things like fairies and things of that nature, and the correlation between that and people's UFO experiences or interfacing with these. It's incredible. Yeah. I highly recommend the book to everybody. Jacques Vallée, Dimensions is the name of the book.
I get, like, easily distracted when I'm listening to things. That book, like, really kind of keeps you connected because it keeps telling these stories, and, like, you find yourself in the story as he's telling it, and he tells lots of different ones. It's a really interesting listen.
Yeah, and like I said, like, he is a, like, universally globally recognized godfather of the phenomenon is what it's called in their insider language, the phenomenon.
Okay.
It's absolutely fascinating, absolutely amazing. And, you know, there's some of us that just want a simplistic world. You want a physicalist world where because it's a control thing. We want to believe that like scientists, we want to believe that they know the objective. It's the same impulse, just like with religious people. You have religious people, and they have a magisterium, and the magisterium tells them what to think, and the magisterium tells them what reality is, and they default to that. And then the secular side, you have, quote, science. It's like, I'm sorry, but y'all talk like scientists, like they're all together in white lab coats, and they're like the purest people in the world. They have no biases, and they can't be bought, whatever. But, like, those people tell us on the physical side of the world, those people tell us what reality is, and so people like just check their minds out. And so if the scientists, first of all, there's literally thousands of scientists hundreds of thousands of scientists that agree with Jacques Vallée. And honestly, I don't know how to say this, but when I'm trying to have I'm trying to have a conversation right now about local realism. The average atheist has no idea what I'm talking about. But they're the same people that are like, "Ha! You believe in God and aliens?" And it's like, okay. It's 2022, dear listener. You have no excuse for ignorance.
Interesting, yeah.
What's the name of the author? The name of the author is Jacques Vallée. He does Dimensions. You can actually get this in audiobook. It's unbelievable stuff. And thank God Jacques Vallée is still alive. But yeah, man, it's a really crazy, unbelievably amazing book. Extremely challenging. Like, there's stuff he says, I'm like, Christians aren't gonna like that. They're not gonna like that. But the more I look into science, man, the more I see, like, there really isn't much of what we call spirituality is really just what we're doing when we're describing fifth dimension and upwards.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Interesting. Yeah.
That's literally all that it is. Like, I don't even believe in the term supernatural anymore. What does that mean, supernatural? Because natural assumes that you understand nature, and we don't. We don't understand what nature is, and we don't understand
then how do we know what
anything is capable of. Somebody 500 years ago would have said that an airplane was supernatural. The only difference between a miracle and a scientific fact is knowledge and engineering and time. That's all. There's no such thing as, I don't even believe there's any such thing as supernatural. So anyway, that's the book. That's what the song was about. I think metaphorically, the song is probably about Ben non-locality is probably real. Well, I mean, the guy won a Nobel Prize, AT. So, I mean, I guess Bell was probably right when he got a Nobel Prize. So, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Bell was right. So, anyway, I think maybe the song is talking metaphorically about power structures and rebelling and doing what you want to do and all the rest of it. But that's the backdrop for the song.
But that is the analogy.
We live in a very, 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 very interesting, not just world, but now that we have the ability to sort of apprehend these phenomena in what we call scientific categories, I think is amazingly. It's amazing. It's amazing. I feel privileged to be able and then to be in a situation where we have all this knowledge available at our fingertips, and like it's an amazing time to be alive.
Click on one video, click on another one, click over there. Like, it's a click of a button that brings so much information now that, yeah.
Yeah, and when you find shame on you, AT, you're still an atheist. How could you justify being an atheist? Good night. Okay, this is a 9.4. 9.4 for me.
It's a 9.2 for me.
What was that song? The first song was like the banger, man. The first song was the number one song. I called it. Thank you very much, dear listeners. Good to see all you beautiful people. Shout out to the big homie DJ AT. Gang, gang.
And don't be sad. We're already into December 15th because it's past midnight.
Right.
And so that means later on today we'll have a stream.
We're going to see you bitches in a couple hours.
Revo's got us coming back at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time if you guys want to jump in for another Revo stream. And in the meantime, you guys, thanks for the stream. We had a really good time.
Back again?
Yeah, Revo's coming back.
Shit.
He's been having a lot of stuff planned, but he kept holding off because of the baby.
Because of the baby. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, you beautiful people are going to have to just deal with our ugly mug. Well, my ugly mug for 4 or 5 days consecutively. Much love to all you beautiful people. Vin out. Oh, hold on. The baby's name is Seneca. Seneca is the baby's name. Let me see.
Yep.
Johansson. Seneca Truth. Yes, sir. I don't know which one, so I'm just going to read them all. If what you say is true, that the angels had relations with human women and gave birth to the Nephilim, let me ask you then, do you believe certain genes, like the gene for height, or those born with Rh positive, some believe they are descendants of the Nephilim? Yeah, I think that it is in play. If you look at some of these UAP or like fourth contact type testimonies where there's something happening with gene manipulation and such with these quote alien beings, yeah, I definitely think some of that could be in play. For sure. All right, guys, I think that's it. I'm gonna go play guitar. Oh, I think there's some food. I haven't eaten all day, so there's that. She did say, "Do I want breakfast or whatever?" So
thank you.
I'm covering you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I know how you are.
I appreciate that.
I haven't eaten all day on my own volition, dear listener. So I'm gonna eat now. Vin out.
Sorry, out.